as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins for Brawl Stars, where we've already got 5 teams who have already qualified for the ESL Mobile Challenge, and we still need to find 3. Just 3 more teams now to add to the tally now for the season to start next month. I'm Lethal. Joining me is Teddy and Ark. Teddy, I'm going to start with you. You're a new boy here in the ESL Mobile Open. Glad to have you with us as always. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great, man. Been watching quite a couple of those shows. Super excited to actually be able to participate in one of them as a caster. Just thrilled overall, man. I'm really excited.
How are you feeling, Ark, today? You've been around the block here quite a few times now. We're going to see your beautiful face once again here in the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins. How are you feeling how it's going to go today?
Feeling good, feeling excited. And yeah, you're not wrong at home. Demon has not grown and sprouted some hair and lost a lot of age of his numbers. He's away at the moment, but Grace with Teddy and all his knowledge. I can't wait to get stuck in today. Last players was super exciting, and I fully expect that this one is going to be no different, if not even more explosive.
Yeah, a lot of his matches today are going to be nothing but slobber knockers here and absolute belters to start with. But let's have a look at the 5 qualified teams who have already made it into the ESL Mobile Challenge to stand in their ground, getting ready for next season. So as you know, AC Milan Clashmaster placed first in the first play-ins, and SK Gaming moved Gaming and Reply tournament straight afterwards. Triple X so came first in the second ladder, and now we've got to find 3 more teams, but it's already stacked as it is here, Teddy.
Absolutely. So, I mean, XXX just joining up to those 5 teams that are already qualified for the Mobile Challenge. 3 more spots, and those will be decided today. Can't wait to see who is gonna make it all the way.
And you, Ark, how do you feel about this?
Honestly, I mean, there's some huge names there. The Clash, had a phenomenal time. Number 1 seed, SK as well. Reply to them. There's a lot of really high standards, and these are the guys that are going to have to live up to those same standards. Already today, we've had some huge stories. XF took a loss to Blood Diamond, who are a big dark horse for me in this competition. They're going to be facing up against Bunker Rock Esports in that semi-final stages as well. Big got the win over FA, and also Navi. So we know what happened with Navi last season. Again, they've got to stay in this upper bracket this time around. They do not want to go to the lower down regions of the bracket. They want to advance straight to this challenge of the upper bracket.
And just to let everyone know at home how this is going to work, it's going to be 3 games in a best of 3 sets. 2 teams will qualify from the winner's side and 1 will qualify from the loser's side. So it's going to be very tough. There's going to be some names there which may not even reclaim their spot into the ESL Mobile Challenge season this time round, but we'll have to see. But EXO have already dropped down to the losers, which is an upset in itself because they did place third last season. And Fruitus, if you guys don't know at home, it's actually the ex-Noble Elite roster. So Teddy, it's already getting pretty good so far.
It's really, really stacked lethal. And, you know, EXO, they're known for sometimes making their journey a little more complicated than necessary. I definitely believe they still have what it takes to make it to the mobile challenge, but it's gonna be really challenging, and that's quite fitting here.
And yeah, Ark, you've already seen the brackets already. I can tell you're already gobsmacked from what you saw from EXO versus Blood Diamond. You're like, okay, this has already happened. What on earth's going on? But it means that EXO have got a really long road ahead of them. It's going to be a long night from here.
Yeah, and it could be a long night for many other teams as well. You know, we saw, you know, in the play-ins one, just how intensive and grueling that lower bracket was. You know, Reply to them had to really fight their way through, and they faced off against Tribe again to earn their spot in the challenge. So, you know, EXO Creations have already started off today with a big amount of work to be done. But as Teddy rightly said, you know, this is a team which are definitely very much able to regain composure and stay focused on the prize that is at hand. So I fully expect that we're going to see a comeback from them. But either way you look at it, it's already shaping up. We haven't even started seeing any games yet.
I know we haven't. This is what's so balmy about it at the moment. And seeing Bunker Rock Esports now getting into the fray with the rest of the pack. You know, they're currently 4th in the BSC and a very strong team. If everyone hasn't heard of them in the competitive Brawl Stars scene, then where on earth have you been entirely? But yeah, it's going to be very close because a few of these top names aren't going to qualify. And it's a bit of a shame, really, considering how stacked these teams have been going into the challenge season.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to make it all the way through, but I think that's what we expect in Europe at this point, right? Every single time it's really close. The Brawl Stars Championship, exactly the same, and I think that ESL Mobile is gonna be living up to our expectations.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. Anyway, I was going to ask you, Art, but you know what? I'm not going to keep chatting away so much. I'm sure everyone at home just wants to watch some games and just crack on and smash these matches out left, right and centre. So I'll let you two crack on. I'm going to put my feet up, have a brew, watch this first season, how it goes in terms of how it pans out. And I'll see you guys in just a few.
Thank you very much, Lethal. We'll see you in just a bit. Wow. Alrighty, Teddy, a number of stories have happened so far today. I mean, in terms of where the meta is at, in terms of like Brawl and where we're at, what are you expecting to see today? What are you hoping for?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like the last couple of months, and for the most part this year, has been fairly balanced. So I'm expecting quite a bit of variety. Obviously, Ashe is one of the big names that are on the list for today because it is going to be playable. And I'm not sure yet how much we're going to see it, how much we're going to see it banned either. You know, Byron and Ashe, a combination we've seen happen quite a bit, especially, you know, in ladder and power league, just really dominant. We'll have to see how it translates in competitive.
Yeah, this is exactly my thoughts also. You know, Ashe is in a really dangerous spot, I feel, meta-wise. And as time's gone on, we've seen just how painful that pairing with Byron can be. And I wonder whether any of these teams are going to take the ban and just get their brawl out of the way early on. I think it's safe to say they might. Blood Diamond up first, Alice, Jay, Blacks as well, and Javi. They are, I said this earlier, I think they really are a huge dark horse in this competition. They kind of came a little bit late to the party as far as the year is concerned, but now they are really thriving off the back of a lot of events. And I don't know, what are your thoughts regarding them today?
I think they're doing great at the moment, and you know, they were maybe a little bit late to the competition this year, too late to make it to the World Finals, but you know, at least they're making progress, and they've been going in the right direction throughout the entire year, mostly going upwards, and they've been fairly consistent at it as well. So really impressed by this roster. Didn't quite expect to see this much from them this year, but they've surprised all of us, and I'm expecting more.
Well, they had a 34 wins to 3 losses during the ladder stage, but Bunker Rock, again, yet another team that have got so much experience behind them. Shield, Boss, and Darkroom. You know, Shield goes way back in terms of Brawl Esports. You know, has made such a name for himself, and in this new roster, I feel like they are also at the top of their game. They had 23 wins to 6 losses, so a couple more losses to teams like XXX and also to Navi. So just a couple of names there to bear in mind later on. We might see them come up, but you know, how do you sort of fare their expectations today?
It's a really tough matchup to say. I feel like Bunker, despite their 4th spot in the BSC right now for EMEA, I feel like they still have a lot to prove, and I think themselves also want to prove that to everyone and to each other. So I think there are some questions that need to be answered for Bunker, and performing well in something like ESL Mobile Open is gonna go a long way towards reaching that confidence before other events.
I gotta say, I feel like today I'm edging just a little bit towards Blood Diamonds simply because they've already had an amazingly good start to today. But let's talk through these bans straight off the bat. Ash for Blood Diamond, not taking any chances, and Barley. Mortis and Sandy then for Bunker Rock. How are your thoughts, and what do you make of the map rotation also?
Well, we start with Hot Potato, right? We'll have some Brawl on center stage later on, some assembly required for Siege. I feel like ban-wise, it's pretty interesting. I mean, Ash is a brawler that we expected to get banned quite a bit today, so not too surprised there. Mortis is in a really good place as well. So those two really justified. I think Sandy is fairly good. I wouldn't say it's an instant ban kind of brawler, but it does have its merits for sure. It's interesting to see it banned without having something like Gem Grab in the mix, where we do see it quite a bit, especially on double swoosh. And Barley for me is the most interesting one of the four, because even though it's pretty decent on every single map, it is not a brawler that has been the most shiny recently.
Yeah, I fully agree. I feel like Barley is one that's very versatile. Hot Potato for sure. I can see that brawler thriving, so maybe they just want to give themselves the best possible chance, getting off the mark with their ideas in that respect. I feel like Mortis is actually in a pretty decent spot to ban. It's very strong, and I feel like it's one that can have so much aggression. It can bring you back from so many situations. Not necessarily a front runner for Heist as a game mode by any means, but definitely one that just kind of eradicates the unexpected. As I feel like it's going to get a nerf pretty soon. But yeah, Ash, no surprises there. Kind of glad to see it. Ash with Bio on it it's too strong in my opinion. I hope we see that consistently today, just simply because I feel like if that's not banned out, then teams are really going to struggle.
Yeah, ideally we would just see the Byron and Ash combo once today, just to prove our point, and then we can have it banned for the rest. This is not going to be it though. But what is really interesting, I think, was the Mortis ban as well. You said it earlier, we have Heist as a first mode, which means that maybe they expect to go all the way. Maybe they expect to go to 3 sets, and some teams, they're gonna focus more on the 2 first maps, hoping that they can get the 2-0 sweep and not have to bother about the 3rd set. Here the Mortis ban really covering the entirety of the match, and maybe even a little absent for that initial Hot Potato set.
Looking back through, there was a match on the 2nd of September between Blood Diamond and Bunker Rock, and it actually went in it was a loss actually to Blood Diamond. So Bunker Rock were able to pick up the victory. That was one of the few losses that Blood Diamond had in their 34 wins, 3 losses. So interesting to bear that one in mind. That's definitely going to be on their minds. They're definitely going to be thinking back to that time, thinking, what did we make in terms of mistakes, and how can we improve upon them for the future rounds. Like I said, they've started off today well, but I think looking back at the bracket from the brief class we had, I think it was a 2-1 in favor of Blood Diamond, so that's going to be taken into account as well. Again, the format today is going to be consistent as we saw in the previous play-ins. It's going to be a best of 3, best of 3, so it's going to be a brutal stage all throughout today. You've got to make sure that you are really on point. There's not much time to really make up for past mistakes.
All right, we got some action already. The Edgar is where my eyes are. Jump in onto Javi. That's going to be a nice kill. Should be traded out. Will be indeed. Rafa going to be opening up that wall, try to remove some of that cover, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult for both Boss and Mommy to navigate through the map. They need that cover to stay alive and close the gap.
I really love Edgar here. I gotta say, I've been playing it a ton throughout the past couple of months, and it is in such a great, strong place. But ultimately, with a lot of the map now open up, I wonder how that's going to make a difference to the cover really that's available to Mummy Jordan there. Really, he goes into the jump on how he gets the takedown, but then Ruff is so quick to see it coming and does see that off. And again, Boss as well, playing such a close-ranged brawler. How is that going to work? It could just be a shill left to have to carry this as more and more of the map get broken open as a result of that Ruff star power.
Yeah, I think it's a really good comp from Blood Diamond, especially that Ruffs, I think, has so much potential overall. And it's working out great so far. 50% left on that red safe, and a pretty significant lead for BD. Just need a couple more shots to secure the win. But right now, it doesn't look like Bunker are in the possibility to come back from this game.
Yeah, Black's using that right-hand side wall so well as well. Just keeping that one alive, I think it's great for him to be able to get the most out of his shots. Now, it's a bit of a onslaught coming in, but it's just really going to be Mummy Jordan and Shield that's going to be leading it, but they're still in the mix, and that's a great thing for them. As Shield juking wondrously around Blacksy here, and Mummy Jordan staying in position. This is actually the first time we've seen Blood Diamond having to really go on the defensive.
Yeah, but is it gonna be enough? Boss still alive, 20 HP only, does get taken out by Blacksy eventually, and they're just gonna be going for the base rush. They know there's no point defending here if they can deal the final couple of hits of damage. 1000 HP left, a couple more shots, and here you have it already. Blood Diamond to take the first game pretty convincingly, if I may add.
Yeah, I felt they had the comp right, and you know, that having all that range to disposal really, it's a risky thing going in with a BB, and Echo I think can close the gap depending upon obviously what you bring in terms of your kit. Let's Fly is a great gadget to have to be able to continuously be able to close the gap, but ultimately, yeah, I feel like you've got to play it safe early on unless you really have a firm idea as to what your opponent's going to do, and you kind of have got your analyst at hand, to really provide a lot of that insight. It's better to maybe start things off with a little bit of a safer option, but I do feel like that Blood Diamond at the moment, they're on a roll as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, really good start. We'll be looking to maybe keep that momentum further on as well. So far, it's really convincing in that first game. I mean, almost a 50% advantage. That's really good. We'll have to see if they can keep it up. And my eyes are mostly now on Bunker's adjustments comp-wise, how they're gonna switch it up. I feel like they gotta get away from those tanks. I think tanks are a great option, but if you know your opponents are willing to destroy the entire map, it's going to be a lot harder to find any sort of value out of those tanks.
Yeah, it's a risky thing, I mean, obviously since we've seen a lot of the reworks to tanks over the past few months, where ultimately you can close that gap by conceding damage. Ultimately, Primo now, don't get me wrong, is in a much better place, but I mean, you can potentially bring in some tanks here. You just got to bear in mind about the idea of wall breakers and that sort of thing. Ruffs, I was kind of surprised to see it, I'll be completely honest. It's been a while since I've seen Colonel Ruffs really on hot potato, but you can see why. If you're going to be running in with the air superiority star power, you can just break open that cover. It goes a long way, and maybe part of that barley ban was with that in mind. Going in to eradicate that, may have been on their minds. I mean, what would you kind of adapt to yourself if you're going with this map and you kind of seen a little bit of what both teams have got to show in terms of their cards? I think Rico is always a good mid, but it can have its weaknesses also, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I feel like Ruffs just covers a lot of ground overall. It's very versatile, and you can really adapt to the situation, buff your teammate that is the most appropriate towards your opponent's comp, and try to maximize the value to that extent. Rafa will go down early on. A much better start here from Bunker, as Mummy is going to stay on the Edgar as well. An interesting decision. It can do pretty well if he can single out a couple of brawlers. He can find a lot of value, and I think Sprout is a really good shout too, especially because that free shot potential is just there on so many different brawlers. On the Rico, on the Bell, a lot of possibilities there to get a lot of kills for Boss.
Okay, well, Sprout, I mean, it can work, but at the moment, it is not. We've got Blacksy, Javi, and Rafa all in a great spot. Tons of damage raining down. I mean, Jordan staying alive. Just my word, he had to really be cautious to avoid his final shots. And Buff is down on the map as well. Javi takes full advantage of that. Fact, it's going to be a little bit of a base race, but it is just Mummy Jordan all alone. Javi's quick to turn around to try to make some use of that, but then gets taken down himself. I gotta say, Blood Diamond, they mean business today. They are not wasting any time.
They definitely aren't. Mummy still on the right-hand side, still has a super as well. Gonna go for the jump in on Rafa. That's an easy kill. And now Bunker can capitalize, try to catch up damage-wise. They're still a little bit behind, but they have closed the gap quite a bit. Only 13% setting both teams apart now.
Hey, well, it's actually quite close, it's got to be said. I mean, Rafa trying his best to evade Mummy Jordan. I think that's really well done, to be fair, because that's where Eggerz is most dangerous, having super and being able to stay very much away from it. He's going to put some damage down, but at the same time, Javi and Rafa doing the same on the other side, and they're surely going to be able to get closer towards winning this matchup as a result of this continuous pressure. It's just Javi alone. Oh, he gets the final blow. That is going to be Blood Diamond then taking and securing the first set.
Wow, beautiful stuff from Blood Diamond, and it was much closer. I feel like this game could probably have gone either way, but that's the problem. The first game already went to Blood Diamond. So there was no chance for 50-50 here. Bunker absolutely needed that one, and that's going to be a set that they are going to be pretty salty about. Blood Diamond with a terrific start.
I mean, again, you know, Heist is one of those game modes where it can be over so quickly. And best of three. You've got to make sure to try to bring the pace down as best you can, you know, but you've also got to balance that defense with a strong offense. And that's what I feel we saw the most from Blood Diamond today. They're looking so aggressive. And, you know, going into this second set, it really is going to have to be Bunker to up their game, because, again, the winner of this matchup is going to be the first team today to qualify for the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, now there's just a lot less room for them to work with, right? Bunker, they really want this second set. I mean, you know, with the Mortis ban, things are lining up in a decent situation for them to come back, but it's still going to be quite a long way to go, a full-on reverse sweep, right? So challenge ahead of them, but still possible for sure. And, you know, we've seen Bunker do crazy things before. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise if they can do it now again against Blood Diamond.
I mean, center stage up next for Brawl. So I would say this is like you said, like the Mortis ban being probably more aimed towards this map and mode, in my opinion. You know, without that Brawl in play, that does open up some options. I think, you know, I personally love B here. I mean, it's not for everyone, but ultimately that's kind of my go-to. I feel like Stu can have a place here as a result of, you know, when you eradicate one of those speedy brawlers, it's kind of really aggressive. You kind of want to fill that void if you do want to have that in your game plan, really. What other brawlers might you expect to see in this particular map?
I feel like Tara could be an option here. We're not. Oh, we are going to see it on Mommy Jordan. Yeah. We have Jean on the side of Blood Diamond as well. A tick, which is, I think, is a pretty interesting decision. It's going to be hard up close, but if you can, you know, have your teammates cover their lanes well, you can find some pretty decent results. And already early on, Bunker with a little bit more control, a little bit more aggression, and some nice skills to try to capitalize on that positioning. Blacksea on a nice flank could find a lot of value off that super. Will definitely find the kill, but Mommy should be there for the trade.
Well, I mean, you know, Jean is always a good one to have, I feel, but ultimately definitely has taken a few knocks. A couple of pros saying that they would like to see a few little tweaks and changes to Jean along the way. It's worth bearing in mind as well, if they're running lamp blowout, that healing's only going to come into effect as a result of knockback. That's got to connect with your opposition. Now, can Mummy Jordan hold on here? He's all alone. He can get the ball and push it to the side if he wishes, but look at Javi at the top of this map. Just absolutely going ham onto a shell there. And Mummy Jordan finally will go down. I wonder whether Blacksea is going to be able to get this ball up enough, though, as Javi's still alive there, Teddy. Look at him go.
Wow, so much space just covered by Javi. Does eventually go down, but the damage might be done as the positioning is still really good. A shield goes down. What about from Blacksea? Can he find the last kill, boss? He's gonna get a lot of damage done, but Rafa scores it anyways. And that's Blood Diamond 1-0 in this game. Just a minute left on the clock. That's enough time for Bunker to make something happen, but we've talked a lot about them making something happen. It has to happen.
So much just went down in such a short period of time. But actually with that amazing connecting super, he's going to continue one as well onto a shield to get swiftly taken care of. Moment John's got his back. Oh, he connects, gets the double. Can he walk this all the way? Oh my word. This is really starting to heat up. Somehow the ball is still there. Everyone was completely taken care of. And it's going to be a bit of a reset, but Bunker Rock might be able to make something of this.
All right, a good push coming through from Bunker. This is their chance to score. Can Blacksea stop that goal? Mommy Jordan trying to walk it in, will do so successfully. And this means overtime coming up now, as Blood Diamond and Bunker Rock want both to secure that first game of Brawl Ball. Mommy is going to miss ball on the right-hand side. It's a costly super. He will go down. Right after that, this is a good push coming through for Blood Diamond. Rafa has a super. It's going to go for the shot. That bullet's going to go in.
Oh my word. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen the classic magic hand pull with the ball just gently trickling over the line. But I love to see it. Every time I do, it just brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in that position, I feel like just going for a charge shot with the ball could also just work. But honestly, when you think about it, going for a shot and pull is just a lot more, like the kick and pull is a lot more consistent, right? Because you're not going to miss a pull at that range. So well played, good decision, worked out just fine here for Blood Diamond. And this is where it gets really tough for Bunker, because now they're just a single game away from dropping down to the loser bracket. And honestly, they gave everything they had in this game. They played really well, had some great clutches, and that still wasn't enough.
Literally took the words out of my mouth. Exactly that. They looked so much better in Brawl than they did in Heist. I mean, that was, for me, a game that could have genuinely have gone either way. So how are they going to respond now under this pressure? Because, I mean, there's a load of people in the chat as well, you know, rooting for Blood Diamond. I said at the beginning of the stream, I feel like they are the dark horse today. And they look to be unstoppable. But, you know, just a couple of wins here and there, a bit more lane control and just a bit more of an awareness to everything that's going on. And I think that they could genuinely take this to the third and final set. But when you're faced off against the match point, it's a really tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Diamond, they are a team that rides on momentum as well, right? They get really, really dominant once they get heated up. And so far, it's been only good for them, right? It's been challenging. They've had to work. They've had to come up with really good plays and really good comps, but they've all paid off. So unless Bunker is able to really stop that momentum drastically, it's going to be really, really tough.
I mean, what do you do? Brawler picks, you know, anything that they can sort of consider as to how to bring back the advantage into their favor here.
It's really tough to say, man. I feel like maybe going for something tankier could be interesting. What scares me with options like that is the Rico, which can still find a lot of value. Maybe the Adgar could be an option as well, trying to get a good jump in here and there. Feel like Tick might be just a little bit too passive for them. As Blood Diamond, they were just really aggressive, and the Tick was constantly overwhelmed. And I mean, we saw him locked in his spawn for half of that game, right? So I feel like that's got to go. Go for something a bit more versatile, a bit more aggressive, and try to take control of the game, because they need a statement right now.
You're right, 100%. Tick was not doing it for them. Why are they going to... No, they're going to keep the Tick. I was about to say they should really have considered maybe bringing a Spike. I mean, that would have been a great thing to adapt to. Javi was doing so much with it. So, you know, I wonder how this is going to fare. I feel like this might be the moment that we see Blood Diamond, you know, go on to join Clash, go on to join Mood and SK Gaming, and, you know, and also Reply Totem. And Javi looks like he's going to be the first to make the move. He's going to get the goal as well. That is a phenomenal start for Blood Diamond here.
Wow, 30 seconds in only. And already the goal for Blood Diamond. Bunker now, they need the full-on reverse sweep. 2 goals in this game, or at least draw it out. And Black Sea finds a nice opening. Mommy Jordan really low HP, but a little bit more passive now from Blood Diamond. Don't want to overextend just yet. Keep the man advantage. Mommy low HP, so is Rafa. Both have their pools available, and that might be the way to open things up.
Yeah, they've got to get some aggressiveness going here, and Shield's got his super here for the support. Boss able to stay alive, but does not quite make the angle. That could be disastrous. Mommy Jordan coming in, but Black Sea eats it for breakfast. Can Boss make it? No, Javi comes off the line as well. Oh my word, Blood Diamond today are bringing out all the stops.
Man, Blood Diamond are so aggressive, but even in defense, they look like it's impossible to get through that defensive area. Mommy Jordan still trying to make a move, gonna be bumping the gadget on the left-hand side. Boss looking for a bounce onto Rafa. That was a potential opportunity, but Rafa is gonna get knocked back. Should be the end of his life as Black Sea gets the ball away, trying to create a little bit more space for Blood Diamond to calm down that attack from Bunker, and they're doing so very, very well, may I add.
Javi's in that spot that he loves. He does connect with the super just enough to slow Mommy Jordan, who's now really low on health. Connects again with a follow-up shot now on the left-hand side. Can he get the pass from Rafa? Collects the pass. Oh, the magic hand as well. Javi is going to score the final goal for Blood Diamond, and they are going to secure themselves a spot in the challenge.
All right, we will be seeing Blood Diamond in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Great stuff from them, and honestly a dominant 2-0 victory against Bunker. Bunker didn't play bad. They really didn't. They played fairly well, but just not good enough for Blood Diamond, and Blood Diamond popping off, getting the comps right, getting the plays, the clutches, everything they need, and that's just what we want to see from them.
Exactly that. They didn't play bad, and that is a scary thing. That's a scary prospect. Blood Diamond today, I mean, just that first win alone against Exo Free Agents, that was enough to convince me that they came out today meaning business, and that's what we saw.
Absolutely. So, I mean, they were not messing around whatsoever. And as I mentioned earlier, everything was right from them. Their comms were superior for every single game. And when they were fairly even, they still managed to pop off, clutch up, and make everything go their way. Beautiful Brawl Stars on their end. And Blood Diamond, I don't think they're done surprising us just yet. Expecting tons more of that roster, and they've already surpassed all of our expectations this year.
Beautiful Brawl Stars in a nutshell. That's exactly the right, Teddy. And I'm going to be stepping aside now. We're going to bring back in Lethal. You've had enough of me for sure. And we'll be back right after this.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars. Still looking for those 3 qualified teams, but Blood Diamond are the first team to qualify from these plains. There's still got 2 more to go here, and I'm Lethal. Joining me is Teddy once again. Teddy, the last time I was cast with you was what, 4 months ago? You didn't have any hair, now you got a full head of hair, and we're back again. It's been a good while.
I mean, a lot of things changed, but my passion for Brawl Stars certainly did not. Really excited to get into this one particularly. I mean, just huge teams. Dude, I'm thrilled. I'm ready.
I really am as well. That last match did escalated much quicker than I expected. Blood Diamond was just on an absolute tear, and you felt like on the other end of the stick, you know, you saw there that the other team were just literally having a one-way ticket on the struggle bus here with Bunker Rock Esports. But any Bunker Rock Esports fans out there in chat, don't you worry, they do have a second chance from the losers bracket because 2 qualify for winners and 1 qualify from losers, which means we need to send another team into the ESL Mobile Challenge between Big and Na'Vi. And nobody can say from Na'Vi is the fact that they had that lineup change with BBG's now out and Alex in, and we'll talk about those rosters in a little bit as Big are looking to reclaim their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge as well. And we saw earlier there's an upset there, but we can't really call it an upset for EXO considering how well Blood Diamond played earlier on and in that most recent set.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't Bunker underperforming. I think Blood Diamond were just, through the roof. Insane stuff on their end. Bunker, as you said, not out just yet. Still gonna go through that loser bracket first, and we'll see who comes out on top. But now there is one more team that is going to be qualifying instantly, and that's going to be either Big or Na'Vi. And this next match is going to decide who it's going to be.
I'm not gonna lie to you here, Teddy. This losers bracket looks scarier than the winner side at the moment. But we'll see how things go. No team wants to drop down just because of the longevity of the situation it will be to qualify from the loser side instead. But let's take a look at the big roster though. We've got Lars, Nadine and Equok here, and we spoke to, I did speak to Lars recently in an interview, and he said that he wants to make a lot more of an impact this time around, just missing out on the ESL Mobile Challenge finals last season, but still a very strong individual squad here.
Absolutely so. I mean, 3 really talented players. They have shown us a lot of stuff. I think they impressed a lot of us as well this year. A little bit inconsistent, a little bit some difficulties, if I can say so, regarding reverse sweeps and those urban legends that have been circulating amongst the Brawl Stars scene. If you don't know, sometimes for them it's not the best to start off winning because they get reverse swept quite consistently.
Well, fingers crossed it doesn't happen this time round, but we'll find out shortly anyway. We have MMA, Alex and Jason. If you guys don't know, BBGs was with this squad last season. This time round, Alex will be taking his place as BBGs is with now Triple X, who have already qualified, placing first in the second ladder. So Na'Vi were on the absolute tail on the ladder this time around. 20 win streak, only had a couple losses eventually in the end, but still made it through. But both these teams are looking for the W just due to the fact that I've already mentioned it before. I'm going to mention it again. That lower bracket is scary. You've got EXO and Bunker Rock Esports down there, and I'm sure they don't want to contend with them to get that final spot. But take me through the maps and bans here, Teddy.
Well, dueling beetles for Hot Zone is where we start. We'll have some dry season and bounty pit stop for a heist. Our bans on the side of Big Clan are Brock and Ash, and then we'll have Bell and Poco from Na'Vi. Bell and Poco, pretty standard bans from Na'Vi. We see that happen quite often. Brock and Ash, definitely fresher bans. I mean, Brock is in a pretty good place. I think especially on Dueling Beetles and Dry Season, you can do quite a bit of stuff with it. Dueling Beetles just destroy that map, and when there's no cover, it's just hard to hide and stay protected. So I like that quite a bit. Ash just kind of ridiculous right now, and I think we're gonna see plenty more of those Ash bans.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think those bans are pretty standard. The bot used quite a lot on those bounty maps, and there's been definitely a good ball of pick to select just overall, depending on the circumstance and what team you're playing against. Seeing the Poco ban as well will definitely change things up in terms of composition. Yeah, but very excited to be able to decide how things will turn out. We talked about the win conditions, but do you have any prediction? Because, of course, that last series was just an absolute blowout. I don't think we expected that at all, but I'm sure chat are happy about that with all the BD chance there. But do you have any ideas on an indication of what we've seen in the past in the competitive Brawl Stars scene, who could come out on top between Big and Na'Vi?
I think it's a really, really tough call. Honestly, I'm gonna go for Big, but that's more gut feeling than actually having, science behind my decision. As Na'Vi have been performing really, really well recently as well. I just feel like Big, they got that X factor, maybe just a little bit more. And for me, it's gonna depend if they can pop off or not.
That's understandable because Big have been a little bit hot and cold in some areas. It's about the consistency in some of these series, isn't it? Which is why they've been reverse swept quite a few times here. Na'Vi, I've not actually seen this roster being played with Alex. I've seen it a couple of times, but not a huge amount to kind of dissect what their strongest assets could be coming into this. But it's like I said before, that lower bracket is scary. No one wants to go there. They want to end it now, or else they're here for quite a few hours.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket is always really scary because you only have one more chance. You lose, you're out. But when you have teams like this in the lower bracket, it becomes absolutely terrifying. They're gonna have nightmares about it. We certainly will. So they have to be really careful. Important game here, especially since it will send them straight to the mobile the challenge. So yeah, I think we gotta have some teams that are really, really careful here, that don't rush any decisions, really think twice about their comps, and we should have a great match ahead of us.
Yeah, one of these teams could wake up in a cold sweat thinking about this if they also find that, well, you could say lose out in the lower bracket as well. But yeah, I do agree. It's very tough to decide what's going to happen, because with the ladder phase, they could play against everyone and anyone. There's not really too much to dissect on what could happen to the previous performances. We know that Na'Vi is definitely the strongest in the EECA region alone, but of course, this is both regions come up against each other. So definitely give us a flavour of what's to come in this first set and see what happens afterwards. But it is very tough to call here, Teddy. I completely understand why you find it a bit of a struggle to decide who should edge it. But I can understand what you say about Big. It's the fact that if they're on form and looking really good, then yeah, they should be able to take it. If not, though, this is where Na'Vi can take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think preparation is going to be key, especially with some non-competitive maps in play. So you really got to do your research, you got to experiment, you got to scrim that. And if you just do that and your opponents don't, you get a huge edge. So that's why predictions can be a little bit hard on some of those maps, just because we haven't seen them play them in a while. Dueling Beetles goes back to a couple months ago since I've seen it competitively. So really excited to see how the meta adjusts there. And I feel like going for an Ashe ban makes just so much sense, because when you have to figure out your comps, you're going to go for simple stuff, and going Byron Ashe or Poco Ashe is just something that seems really, really easy to come to mind for Dueling Beetles. So I just like it all the way out of the way, and I'm excited to see what sort of comps they're deciding to bring in. I mean, I'm expecting quite a bit of control, but I wouldn't be surprised to see an all-out destruction comp either, going for Colts, maybe even a B and a Griff or something along those lines.
You have to find out very shortly. And it's hard with the mind games of the bans as well, because you want to know who's going to ban Ashe first or who may ban it. So I feel like Big just decided to ban it anyway, just in case some shenanigans may occur or some mischief later on in this series. But we're just letting the players warm up, get ready for this next match. But before we do that, though, we can see an interview here with Lars. So Lars, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. It's been a couple months since we saw you last compete. Just out of interest, what improvements has your team made since July?
I would say like we got better with, like, I don't know, with the communication for together. Like we are having better synergy because we're playing longer together now, and yeah, I don't know. I think that's it, I would say.
No, that's fair enough. Some people just don't understand how important small talk can be, and it can lead to, you know, a lot more consistent games across the board. But it's good to see that you made some notable improvements nonetheless. Now, sadly, you just missed out on qualifying for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals last season, placing 5th. Has your team rectified enough mistakes and developed more as a unit along the way to become more of a threat this time around?
I mean, actually, last time we really didn't try to qualify because we didn't have much time, to be honest. So I think that was the reason, because like I think we could have done it, but we just didn't have time. And yeah, I think that's it basically. Like, but also we always like check our gameplay if we do something wrong at everything, and we always try to improve that as well. But
it's interesting you say that, because there were some series in the ESL Mobile Challenge where I was like, oh my God, these look ridiculous, like how well they're playing. And other times they were like, yeah, they were okay. So that kind of makes sense, because we probably didn't play enough to keep that high, the high amount of intensity across the board. But hopefully we'll see that more over in the coming months. Now, first things first, this is your last chance to qualify for the season's ESL Mobile Challenge. And the competition seems to be a lot tougher across the board, with notable names such as Na'Vi, Bunker Esports, EXO, so which I'm sure you're very aware of nonetheless. Is your team prepared enough to slide into one of these qualifying spots?
I mean, I guess so. Like we practice every day for at least like 2 or 4 hours, and I think that should be enough if we play as we usually play to qualify. So yeah, I think we can make it.
Nice, that's what we love to see. And final question is, any weaknesses which created some issues during the ladder phase? Your team looked quite comfortable throughout the last few weeks.
I think no, we don't really have weaknesses, I would say. So yeah, no.
Do you know what? We've not got any weaknesses. That's fine. Like, I'll take that,
Yeah, okay.
Don't worry. But again, thank you very much for the interview, Lars. Very excited to see how you do in the play-ins and maybe in the ESL Mobile Challenge, depending on how you get on. And we'll speak to you very soon.
Okay, thanks.
There we have it. Lars, very calm and collective. Actually, to be fair, a lot of the points we made about the inconsistencies, we talked about there anyway. So at least it weren't me going, yeah, what Teddy said, so it's fine. So it proved that I was thinking the exact same thing, nonetheless. But finally, we'll get the match underway on this belter of a game. And it's definitely going to be an aggressive one, starting off between Na'Vi and Big in the first set in the second semi-final.
Those are some very fun comps. I love it. The Leon and Sandy together, that's going to be a lot of information denial spread across the map. And then we have the destruction with that cold and long range duelists from Big. So far, it's been a little bit better for Na'Vi, but that is to be expected early game. What I think is going to be the most interesting in this game is once the map is fully opened up, and it's going to be long-range damage versus invisibility and sandstorms and all that kind of stuff.
See already the side of Na'Vi trying to make a push or trying to make something happen, but the defense of Big's looking very good so far. But finally, Jason gets that first initial kill, but Nadine also gets the second. So not really much of a numbers advantage as of yet. Nadine's trying to sneak along round to try and get a flank going, but left on 32 HP, just able to survive it. But with the 8-bit, it's going to cause a huge amount of trouble here for Na'Vi.
My eyes are on Ekwok to try to get as many supers as possible, remove as much cover as he can. Look at those beams, though. He is gonna get the second kill as well. And Na'Vi, they do still have quite a big head start, but they have been slowly catching up. How is it gonna turn out here as another kill? Ekwok was a nice beam once more, and he's been hitting those shots with the gold.
Yes, and it has been indeed. I kind of feel like Big have more map control, but there's not enough objective efficiency here. But they're really showing it now. And again, with the 8-bit, it's going to cause a world of trouble here for Na'Vi. And as we're saying that now, Equok there does get taken down by Alex, which is an opportunity now for Na'Vi to make the push. And Alex gets a second across the board, leaving only one member of Big left behind. Of course, he needs to pull all the way back just so he can regroup and rejoin the rest of the pack here to make that initial push. But Jason does get cleaned up eventually. As you can see, MMA decides what he wants to do here, just wants to stand his ground and just hide behind that structure. And he's taking a tickle of damage that he's going to put all the way back. But Lars is the one who does finish him off. And Na'Vi now only got 8% left.
Yeah, this should be the first game in the bag for Na'Vi. Good comp, maybe a little bit more creative than Big's comp. And I think that made the whole difference here, just really smart. And what I love the most about this game in the end is that Leon, dude, he was poking from afar so hard against the B, and that's the thing, you know, B deals a ton of damage from afar, but you gotta aim and hit your shots. With Leon, it's a little bit easier to just get some sort of kite and poke damage, and he was doing so amazingly well and constantly keeping Nadine low HP and in the back line. So good stuff from Na'Vi. Really like their approach to this first game.
Yeah, good projectile prediction as well on a number of occasions. It's going to be very tough for them here because Na'Vi, I love the fact that they don't really hesitate at all. Sometimes you see that and those 2 or 3 seconds wasted does fall short on them, like later on, of course, in this set. But it's all from there. As soon as they've got the numbers advantage, managed to push straight in. But not only that, just keep them on spawn with the lack of ammunition on the side of Big and just being a real pain in the backside. Even if MMA didn't really do a huge amount by the time he got to their spawn and just hiding behind that structure, it's just wasting enough time to get more objective done, which is basically his plan of action. Doesn't need to inflict a huge amount of damage, just his presence there alone. Definitely made the effort there to make sure to secure that victory. But already early signs, and they're definitely a comfortable victory, even though I kind of feel like Big at the beginning had more map control, but just couldn't do anything with the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of an interesting dynamic, you know, because until the map is really opened up, Big's comp was going to struggle. I just feel like at some point they had a better setup. They were doing okay. At some point they were only like a couple of percentages away, but then we had a strong push from Na'Vi, combining a couple of supers. You know, having that Sandstorm in the mix just goes a long way towards pushing forward. When you have a Spike, a Leon, and the Sandy, you can deal a lot of burst damage from up close, some AoE damage as well with the Sandy, and just make sure that no one can stay in the way and force them back on their side of the map. And that was just about enough to take on a game.
In terms of the value of the brawlers as well, do you feel like there's going to be any comp changes as well? Is there anything we saw was a little bit weak across the board there? Do you feel like any changes need to be made? Do you reckon they'll stick to the same comp which they had in that last game?
I'm expecting quite a couple of changes, especially on the Big side of things. I feel like their comp is very versatile and can work in many ways, but I would rather have had maybe the Brock instead of the 8. But problem is, Brock is banned, and it just removes quite a couple of options for destruction, right? Maybe the Griff, that's what I expected initially, go for B, Griff, and Colt. just a little bit more destruction, a little bit more zone damage in a way as well. But they could also just go for something more classic, maybe even just copy and go for a mirror matchup.
Copy and paste, yeah, why not? Sometimes if you're that confident in your mechanics and fundamentals, then why not? You know, we've seen it time and time again throughout the Brawl Stars scene, but we'll have to see. It's just a little bit of a shame there, but, you know, he did a great job with the 8-bit on big side, but the only problem is a lot of his projectiles was missed, a little bit wasted, you could say, on a number of occasions. Nadine was trying to influence in a number of ways some flanks, but it seemed like Na'Vi were just very aware of the situation in terms of the map presence.
Yeah, you know, in the decision of brawlers as well, it was much more focused on dodging, because you don't really need to aim with any of those brawlers that Na'Vi were playing. We are going to have a bit of inspiration from Navi's comp going to big. We'll see the Sandy removed on Na'Vi, going for the Jessie instead, which is an interesting decision. Can do pretty well against the Leon, trying to get some nice bounces towards that lollipop drop, but we are going to start off with a one-on-one trade. Ends up being a kill in favor of a big, and they will be taking quite a couple of percentages early on.
And it's looking much better for Big this time around. A little bit more aggressive, and Nadine's been doing absolute work with that Byron, just getting that objective done, but also keeping Alex at bay in that left lane on a number of occasions. Finally, he's got some room to breathe. And the problem is, though, Na'Vi is a little bit behind, like you rightly mentioned. Down by 20%, still early days yet. It's just a matter of what they can do. Lars was actually caught in the corner there, but Jason did take down the Dean in the meantime. But look at this, already Equal's already taken a fair amount of damage, but Lars has taken down Jason. Lars is, again, super weak, but managed to pull back just in the nick of time. The only problem is Na'Vi is coming up in terms of objective.
Yeah, right now, Na'Vi managed to catch up, and they have a slightly better setup. Pretty nice setup, actually, with both the cactus and the turret still in place. Turret will be gone now, but Jason is there on the flank. Surprises Lars will be able to take that kill despite the gadget use from that Sandy. And now Na'Vi taking back the lead and in a favorable position.
Certainly is indeed. It seems like Big were able to adapt quite well this time around at the very beginning, but it looks like Na'Vi have revalued their situation, decided what to do in terms of establish some kind of map control. But again, Big just making sure to keep Na'Vi at bay, just suffocating them into the corner. And now they just got to be a bit wary of any kind of flanks coming around, but it's just not happening. Trade comes out as Jason takes an Equal there, but Equal also traded out. Another Alex takes down Lars, which means this is Na'Vi's time to make the push, but Nadine still alive, still able to try and stay into the center, and Alex also takes him out. This is much better from Na'Vi, but still the objective in hand of Big.
Yeah, Nadine surviving for this long meant that his teammates had time to respawn and come back by the time he went down. But look at that, that's a team wipe at the worst moment possible for Big. As Na'Vi, they're catching up, they take back the lead, and there's only a couple more percentages to go until they take the game.
Oh my god, yeah, literally Na'Vi could be coming up with a win here, and it looks like they certainly will. They have the numbers advantage. They're looking pretty here, sitting there into the center, and that will be a 2-0 victory for Na'Vi, which means they will be close to match point very shortly, depending on the circumstances of this second set. But we saw a lot better adaptation from Big at the very beginning. They pushed a lot harder, a bit more aggressively. Nadine looked good with the Byron, but still Na'Vi were able to re-establish themselves and find some weaknesses to explore.
Yeah, great stuff from Na'Vi overall. It also felt like comp-wise, they were the ones setting the trends. You know what I mean? Big were playing their game, adapting to their comps, and try to, you know, copy some of their ideas as well. And it was just better executed and better prepared by Na'Vi. And even though this game was much closer, and for a long time in this game, Big had the lead, Na'Vi, I mean, you know, they were able to win the race.
Yeah, Na'Vi seemed a little bit more coordinated in sync and on a number of occasions compared to Big. Sometimes a little bit too separated, sometimes they pushed a little bit too deep. There was a number of times that happened, but it's just a shame that they couldn't really capitalize too much on some of the weaknesses of Na'Vi. There was a few good times. I still think it was great adaptation in comparison to that first game, but it just wasn't enough. So it does mean that Na'Vi only need to win one more set to secure their spot and reclaim their place in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and it's already going to become a quick day at this point already, with them now looking to see their eye on the prize, getting that spot once again.
Yeah, one dynamic I actually really enjoyed in this final game as well of Hot Zone was the fact that they were playing both Leon and Jessie together, because usually when you have a Leon and he goes invisible, you're going to tend to pack up a little bit more on the enemy side, because you want to make sure that the Leon just doesn't catch one player off guard, right? So you're going to play more together, get a little bit more clustered up. And when you have a Jesse on the other side that can bounce those shots so easily, that's a lot of value. And they were able to get some of those moments a couple of times in that game. So an interesting dynamic that I'm hoping we will get to see some more in the future.
Even if Na'Vi lose this series anyway, from what we've seen in the past, Na'Vi can be lower bracket specialists, especially in the double elimination bracket format, where they just turn up beast mode on. We don't normally see it in the winner's side on a number of occasions. The same with the ESL Mobile Challenge. They didn't really win any matches until the final couple of weeks, where they were able to stabilize, realize to rectify the mistakes and what went wrong, but it was just a little bit too late. But Na'Vi have, spoken about before, that lower bracket is scary stuff, and they don't want Big to go forward and be able to take their spot and then have to deal with Bunker and EXO and God knows what else later on in that lower bracket. So if you guys are just watching at home, we're just waiting for this next set to go underway. The first match has already been won by Blood Diamond. They've already qualified now for the ESL Mobile Challenge, and whoever wins this series also takes their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge as well. Just waiting to see exactly what's going to happen. It's a best of 3 games, a best of 3 sets. Na'Vi's already up 1-0. First game was in convincing fashion. Second one was a little bit dodgy in some areas, but it's just the fact that Big were adapting quite well. We'll have to see if Na'Vi can now try and take them down at 2-0 in a clean sweep. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point you raise as well. Adapting is what we saw from Big, and that's not what you need to do in Brawl Stars. Adapting is great, and you need to be able to adapt, but you need to be more proactive. You need to be the one that sets up the pace, and that means having the right comms from the get-go, taking the right decisions, and really just defining the tempo of those games. And when you adapt, you're always going to be one step behind because you're adapting to what your opponents were playing in the previous game. Yeah, and that's already the game you probably lost, right? So yeah, it's a little tough, a little bit too slow perhaps, but we're moving on to Bounty, where slow play might be key. I think Big, they're not looking to go slow whatsoever as they're bringing in the Buzz and the Mortis, and that can be quite stressful when you have 2 throwers on the sides of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult, but one thing to take into account now, Big do have the blue star, but it looks like that the aggression is going to continue, especially with the Mortis as well, coming straight in against Jason, does take him down, pulls all the way back, and look at that, Equal barely took any damage, if any, actually.
Yeah, that was a great kill from him. I feel like Lars kind of died in vain on the right-hand side, like he didn't really attack anyone, and he just went there after they already got 2 kills, so it's still a 3-star lead, which I'm pretty sure Big are going to be very happy about, but 2 stars that they could have kept for later on. Right now, it's going to be time for Na'Vi to make a move, and time is in their favor to the extent that Ruffs is going to be buffing up Jason and the Tick, so that's nice for them, but they will be needing to get some kills eventually.
And the problem is with the Tick as well, it's such... it can make your team extremely passive on a number of occasions, and the fact that they've got to be on the aggressive, the only thing they can do is take a very slow approach, try and trap into a corner with that Tick, and then be able to go from there with those initial flanks. But it's all about dictating the pace, like you rightly mentioned. It seems like Na'Vi have been able to do that with the map control, but already though, Big now up by 5 stars, and Lars actually got all the way behind him, but it will be greeted with the respawn immunity of Jason, and Lars just manages to get out of there, now up by 7 stars, and this is going to be trouble here for Na'Vi.
Oh, he goes down in the end, but that was beautiful, man. He was just vibing there. He was literally Spider-Man. Literally Spider-Man. All right, 10 seconds left. The final push from Na'Vi. 4 stars are what they need if they can get that blue star as well. So far, not going to be getting too many. Aquak actually really low HP. He's going to go down, but the clock is going to save him, and they got enough kills anyways to keep that lead. So great stuff from Big. But honestly, this is what scares me a little bit, because even though it was a great game from them, they did have a really, really strong counter comp against Na'Vi, and it still felt like it could have gone the other way.
It really could have done, yeah. I'm quite surprised how that turned out. It only with the lead of the blue star, and of course, with the Tick, it's a very, very slow process. We've seen it time and time again, and it's very difficult, especially when you're the one who has to be the aggressor to get those stars back. But even Jason, he took a very, very big risk with the Mortis towards the very end. I think he's just worried, but there might be too many risks involved sitting too far back, and he felt like if he could do enough damage to maybe across the board to a lot of his opponents, at least that way his teammate can then clean up afterwards if he gets into a world of trouble. But in the end, it didn't seem to matter anyway. They had a huge lead to then counteract that, but looks like Big trying to create that reverse sweep, possibly, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, if for once the reverse sweep can be in their favor, I'll be the first one to applaud them. I think they got what it takes for sure. You know, we talked predictions earlier, I went big because I feel like they just got that X factor a little bit more, that clutch possibility. So we saw that here. We will need a little bit more convincing before we really, you know, settle for it and start believing in the comeback. But it's a start. It's a little switch in momentum, and God knows how much that can matter.
Yeah, really could do indeed. We'll find out very shortly going to the second game of set number 2. We want to see if there's going to be any comp changes as well, which could change the tide a little bit here. Big looking very good now. Literally night and day difference compared to what we saw in that first set, and it looks like they're playing to their strengths and to their style as well, especially that Mortis. I was a little bit worried about that depending on how he can actually push through, and it seems like time and time again just giving him room to be able to counteract, to be able to dictate the pace like you rightly mentioned last time, because Big actually did dictate the pace in both of those games in the first set at the start, but it just fell short literally every single time. But it looks like this time around they're able to work around it a little bit. But it's Bounty, is a completely different game mode going into this anyway. But let's see what's going to happen now between Na'Vi and Big. Winning the first game here, and Big looking to try and win the second set if they can to take us to a third.
Just to explain context, very often when you go for something very tanky and bounty in the first game, you're going to expect your opponents are going to expect you to switch for the second game and to kind of be a one-off, you know, game and comp that you're not going to be playing again. And Big, they try to play on that by keeping the same comp and hopefully getting a nice counter situation. Not quite working out here, but it could be a lot worse. So they're 3 stars behind, but they do have the kind of comp that can go in, get a ton of healing, and just get out of there before, you know, there's any retaliation.
The problem is, Big have got the angles. There's waiting for the opportunity to squeeze them in, and the bottom winner equal gets the first one, though. And look how weak the other two are. Literally, it's going to be a clean sweep here. That was beautiful from Big, and they were so patient. Like I said before, they had the angles. Just a matter of when Equal could actually get in with the Mortis. He was able to do it, and then was just cleaned up nicely in the bottom left-hand corner. And now Na'Vi have to do something huge here in order to recover. But they've still got a minute left remaining here, so they've still got a little bit of time.
Nadine has been popping up, but Aquak, this is his turn now. Gonna get a nice triple bat. And they're pulling out once more. 6-star lead. We'll make it only 4 now as Alex is able to find Lars after a nice gene pull. 35 seconds left. And Big, they want to build up that lead a little bit further. They have the comp to do so. And that's the tough thing when you play Robs. It's really, really strong on maps like these because your teammates are going to have a ton of HP. But eventually, if you go down, if your teammates go down, you're going to be a huge disadvantage as those max HPs are going to be reset. Now it's 9-9 in stars, blue star in the hands of Big. Na'Vi just need 1 kill anyone to take the win here. Triple bats from Aquak. Thickhead is pushing forward, 5 more seconds. Indeed, it's going to get pulled. He goes down, but a stun from Lars. They find the kills, and that's going to be the 1-star victory from Big, taking the bounty set.
We knew it was going to be very chaotic right at the very end, and you saw Na'Vi in a very good position as well, just to try and do something, because they put him on their spawn, so it's a matter of how much damage they can do, but they couldn't really find enough damage to initiate that final push. But you saw that Equal was just like, wasn't really fast, he wasn't having it, he just wanted to dive straight in anyway. Basically the same rotation he made at the very end of the last game as the same as this one there. It was very, very tight-knit. You said and rightly mentioned as well that Big did hit that blue star, so Na'Vi had to continue making that push, but we saw
Look at that shot! He hit both of them!
Not something you normally see every day, but it's great for the fact that Big got him so weak in the first place to be on clean-up duty, winning by 1 star. My God, don't see it every day, but it's nice to see it already now early on in this ESL Mobile Open Plains. And now we go to a third and final set. Every time I cast, it seems to go to the third game, third set, but do you know what? I'm not complaining at all. More Brawl Stars action, the better. But yeah, Big looking much better. Like you said, got that X factor. Sometimes it can be a bit hot and cold, but looking much better compared to that first set.
That was a great set from them, and honestly, you know, I really like their approach. The mind games were on point, the comps were on point, and you know, you can always argue that they had the better comp twice, and that's why they won the set, sure, but in the end, they did win that set, and you know, everything went the way they planned. So looking at set 3, this is where it gets really challenging for both teams, and the stakes are just going to be quite high, because whoever loses this set, it's going to be the lower bracket of nightmares. Whoever wins it, they're going straight up to the mobile challenge, and that's what every single team is aiming for.
I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, whoever loses this matchup has to play either XO or one of the other teams in the loser bracket round 1. So it's not something you want to really picture yourselves in going into that lower bracket. But yeah, it's very hard to decide who's going to come out on top in this one, because Na'Vi looked super strong in the first set. This time round, Big looked a little bit better, not by a huge stride. Nothing to say that, okay, yeah, fair enough, we just dissected it enough to realise that Big could definitely take this third set. But it's nice to see him bring a bit more to the table this time round in comparison.
Yeah, I feel like the whole team managed to shine in that bounty set fairly evenly. I think Aqua got some great Mortis moments. I mean, that double shot from Nadine, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Killing both of them was just one Byron shot. I love those plays, man. I love it. It's so satisfying when it pierces through. Dude, I love that star power. So much fun to watch. But yeah, great stuff from Big. We'll have to see, though, that final set. This is where things can get a little bit scary, because Big under pressure, not always the best Big. Na'Vi, though, they're a little bit more ice cold, you know, and we'll have to see. Here we go, Heist starting now, as we already got some interesting comp decisions. Very varied compositions on both sides, actually. 6 different brawlers. You love to see it.
Yeah, not something you normally see every day either. Already going in with the Colette. Jason does a fair amount of damage onto Big Safe, and you can see already Lars and Equat just trying to sneak around on that right-hand side. But Na'Vi are fully aware of the situation and knows they're still there, down to 72% in terms of their safe. But Alex is on the bottom line here, just in case they do push a little bit too far with that cult. But Jason still has a feeling he's still with it, but Lars does get behind him to try and do as much damage to the safe as possible. But at the same time, also trying to do some damage to Alex. But he knew full well that he wasn't going to be able to get out of there. So do as much damage to the safe, come up on the respawn, and then defend straight afterwards.
Yeah, a nice super from Nadine. Gonna be keeping them M's at bay. Lars does have that super. Gonna be looking for a jump in soon enough, but a good super. They're gonna be putting an end to that. Super from Nadine, not enough to secure that kill. Not gonna go for the angle, actually. Gonna slow things down a little bit. Jump in comes now, but the knockback is there, and Lars should be going down. Never mind. The heals are there. Will stay alive. Problem for Big here is the damage on that red safe. Down to 28% HP, and that's gonna be hard to recover from a nice 50% lead.
Jason must have got like 2 supers in the space of 5 seconds in with that Colette going back and forth in the safe. That's absolute madness, getting so much damage done across the board as well. But look at this though, Big down to 28%, which means that they need to be the ones to dictate the pace here. But it looks like it's not going to happen. Already Equat does stop him. Nadine is just waiting for the push from MMA, but MMA is just playing ring around the rosy in that left lane. Almost takes down, and Nadine does eventually, but the jump comes out from Lars. Managed to get the trade, but Jason sneaks in another bit of damage onto Big Safe, down to 10%, but it's only got 34 seconds left. I need to do something now.
Yeah, it's a tough situation here for Big. They ran out of room in this game, only 10%. That means one push and it's over. There's only 20 seconds left as well. If they can hold on to this position and get a couple more shots on that save, it's definitely still doable. Alex is gonna go down. Super from Aquak on save, but he oversteps a little bit. Nadine, very low HP as well, and that is gonna be match points coming up in favor of Na'Vi.
Lovely stuff from Na'Vi, which means they are on match point. 1 game away to reclaim their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And let's be real here, to try and get 50-60% of the safe done with 30 seconds left, especially with that comp, very, very tough indeed for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, if the things line up, it's possible. You know, if you can chain a couple of Rico supers hitting both the save, couple of players, you can get that damage out really quickly. And if you get a team wipe, you win. You win for sure. But wasn't able to make it happen here, and that means match point for Na'Vi. And this is where things get really interesting. Big under pressure, and Na'Vi, they can already taste the mobile qualifiers, the mobile challenge, sorry.
And it certainly could do indeed. It just depends how well Big can adapt here. But like I said, even when you adapt to what happened last game, it won't, matter too much if Na'Vi change things up entirely, which is something you did mention. And you brought up a very good point about that as well. So to see if Na'Vi can continue this trend now and just get this over and done with, or Big can now retaliate, respond to what Na'Vi was doing recently. And it's difficult to say because Big, I could see from that right lane, they were trying to sneak by on a number of occasions. Didn't work out for them just due to the fact that Na'Vi had not full map control, but just map awareness in terms of where they could be. And even though they were quite separated in terms of coordination, they knew exactly what was going on. You could tell there's a lot of small talk between the members of Na'Vi to to make sure that nothing like that happens in terms of any cheeky flanks going on. There's only one moment where Lars did actually do it, but didn't get a huge amount of damage done to the safe. And straight afterwards, they didn't hesitate, and that's when they did a huge dosage of damage onto Big Safe. Anyway, so it was a good lead, a good way to try and start things off in this third set. One game away from the ESL Mobile Challenge to reclaim their spot. But Big also looking to do the same thing. So you remember, both teams were in the ESL Mobile Challenge last season. They're looking to try and do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel like comp-wise, the biggest weakness I saw was probably the Edgar. Just a little bit underwhelming across the board. I feel like a lot of the jump in capabilities are just denied by some of the gadgets. You know, jumping in on an EMS on paper is perfect because it doesn't deal a lot of damage up close, but it is able to push you away using her own gadget. So I'm not so sure. It will be out of the picture now. Going for a Gil instead. A very interesting decision. Alex looking to open up the map a little bit more. Still the spike on the right-hand side on Lars. But Nadine falls early on, and this is a chance for Na'Vi to try to capitalize off that control.
See, Teddy, this is why I'm here to pick your brain, because that Edgar pick you were talking about, can definitely been replaced from what we saw in terms of the value of the Edgar in that last game. But nothing really too much to talk about as of yet. Big are down by 10%, but not a huge enough margin to really turn the tide here. As MMA trying to push on up with Alex in terms of their coordination, but Jason has his own work to deal with here, just trying to keep Lars back, which means that you can't really use that Colette super in order to do additional damage to the safe as of yet. But doing some good stuff against Lars, but Lars does win that little bout here, and is actually pulling all the way back here to try and turn at Alex, and that was a great play there from Lars. He could have easily just gone for the safe, but knows that he might as well take out one of the other opponents who was already weak enough as it is. And this could be their time to shine, but look at this Big down to 53%.
Yeah, but this is their chance to deal some nice damage. They got the positioning for it. They keep the man advantage now as well. They just got to be really careful about that super from Jason. If they line up, this is where things can go terribly wrong. Lars still alive. Cactus in place. Jason is still 1 HP, but there's a super on that EMS that can be quite scary. Big did manage to take back the lead, but they did lose control. And now Na'Vi are going to be able to catch up. Alex, low HP. Nice knockbacks from Nadine, but not enough. Oh, Lars is able to stop him midway. And Na'Vi, they were just about unsuccessful to take back the lead.
So close indeed. 30 seconds left, but remember, they've got to keep eyes on Jason's Colette and where he's going to be. But look how weak the members of Na'Vi are. Yeah, sure, Nadine's the last one left standing. He's got a huge amount of HP to try and keep him at bay whilst the rest of his teammates on the respawn, but 20 seconds left. How are Na'Vi going to approach this? MMA's managed to rejoin with the rest of the pack. Equal now just pushing from that left lane. Doesn't really get a huge amount of done, but it doesn't really get much done with Alex either. 10 seconds left, literally only 11%. Na'Vi need to make this push if they can, but Nadine's actually body blocking. The Colette comes in though, 1% difference between it, and it looks like Na'Vi will be able to take it in the end, only by 13%. So Na'Vi do reclaim their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And this isn't what we expected. Nadine did a good job body blocking the safe as much as possible, but after he got taken down, especially with the Colette as well, I was like, don't tell me that they're going to lose out by 1% going into a third game. But it's not going to happen. Big will be going into the lower bracket, waiting for their next opponent, and Na'Vi reclaims their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Wonderful stuff overall from Na'Vi. Big was a big performance, and Bounty high just not good enough. And even towards the end, once that Colette super was there, it was pretty much over. Good stuff though on both sides. Very competitive last game, just not enough from Big. As Na'Vi, they're going to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Can't wait to see how they perform there as well.
Yeah, they didn't have the best of seasons last time, but hopefully they'll be able to bit more of a threat this time around in comparison. But that's the second match all done and dusted. Still got 5 more to go. Already got 2 teams already qualified, 7 teams overall, and only got 1 team left. It's going to be all the way through the losers bracket throughout the entire course of the evening, so don't go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Play-ins for Brawl Stars. We saw a very close matchup between Na'Vi and Big, and Na'Vi do come out on top, so that's two teams already qualified, and we've still got one more left to finish off the spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Lethal joining me is Ark once again. Hello Ark, good to see you once again, mate. And yeah, I'm sure you saw that last series. It was a lot of flair, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, very back and forth. Honestly, Bounty for me was chef's kiss to that one. That final play in the second game for me, absolutely stunning. I think like if anyone like in the production team was watching at my camera at that moment in time behind the scenes, I literally jumped across the room and like my eyes bulged out of my head. Absolutely brilliant.
Standard. I'm glad I didn't see my eyes bulge out my head during that because they looked absolutely horrendous. But anyways, we do have an interview with the Na'Vi coach. We've got Alga here to see what he thought of the entire process. Hello, mate. Nice to see you once again. Always a pleasure. Hello. Never a chore. It was definitely a hard-fought series, but you reclaimed your spot. How do you feel?
I have to say, I just left the room while they have been playing the last game because it was too much pressure for me, honestly.
That's fair enough. It's fair enough. I'm sure Ark's got plenty of questions anyway. I'll leave him with the Q&A.
Yeah, I know. I just want to come straight in. I mean, I'm not gonna, hide away from the fact, last season it wasn't the greatest of seasons for Na'Vi. So I guess my first question is going to be along the lines of, what do you guys intend to do differently this time around? I mean, you've done fantastically well today, but obviously now, there's a long road ahead. So, how do you guys plan on approaching this?
I mean, in the mid of the last season, we have been adding Cube to our roster, and right now we are also playing with Alex in this season. So there are quite some roster changes, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's always tough to play against the best teams of Europe. Also, like Big, they've been in the last two Keisuka match days, I think, facing SK and Clash, and been close to a win against the obviously best teams like right now in the European region. It will for sure be a huge task for us because we are kind of an underdog as a team from the ECA region. We will just try to grind and do our best in the season.
Now, I've got two questions for you. A nice two for the price of one for you here, Alga. It's the fact that with the last roster, we did... Look at you making me laugh. With the BBG's roster as well, like that's who you had before last season. This time you do have Alex. Now, the first question is going to be, do you guys feel a lot stronger this time around in comparison? And if so, why exactly, like in terms of your strongest assets?
I mean, it's always... that's a difficult question. With the player base that you have to manage what can we play, what resources do we have, what are their mains as brawlers. I think the switch was something really good for our scrim schedule and the discipline in the team, that it went better. And also Alex, he brings something in the team from we are now playing I think 2 or 3 weeks together, that he really wants to grind and achieve something and improve, of course. And I suppose even if the season will be hard and even if there will be losses, we will come out like as a stronger team after that. And that's especially interesting and important for us because we're going to Worlds, and for us it's really a good practice. Like, it's just a chance to already beat and mess with the really good teams.
Awesome stuff. The only other question I was going to say as well is the fact that, do you feel like now you've got more time to grind with Alex? Do you reckon it's developed your team a lot better in comparison? Because you said it's only been a few weeks. There's a chance it could be, you're in your honeymoon phase at the moment and still got a couple more weeks now that you've qualified to go straight into the ESL Mobile Challenge. How far could this development go? Do you feel like there's still huge strides to be made in terms of your performance in the future?
Sorry, I didn't understand this question so good because of my English.
No, it's fine.
You mean if we...
No, it's fine. So basically, in terms of your development with Alex.
Okay. I think right now, like, we have a good connection between like player and coach. That's really important for me because it just makes it easier to discuss about the games, because like in my role I don't know everything better than they do, and I have the easier perspective, and that's really something positive about the communication between us, that we can just talk about the games and bring up some results and some improvements about this. I think that we can or that we've already with his stronger brawlers. We had fun discussing about his Buzz and Stu, which are arguably his mains, where I wanted to add something about it. And I'm very positive for the future with Alex.
No, I'm really glad to hear it, because obviously the more time you can put in, the less inconsistency there will be across the board, and it's fantastic for your development. But again, always great talking to you, and good luck in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, and have a nice day.
We will do, don't you worry. It's going to be a nice long evening for us, Ark, won't it? Just to see exactly who's going to be the final team qualifying for the ESL Mobile Challenge. And it's good to see, we're talking about how the team's progressing. It's only been a few weeks since BBG's made his departure onto XXX. And funny enough, they're already in the ESL Mobile Challenge with them. So I'm sure there's going to be some rivalry there, 100%. So definitely looking forward to that over the course of October. And remember, guys, it does start around the beginning of October, but we can confirm that later on. But okay, that's all done and dusted. We're going to our next match now between EXO and Sniggets at the moment. But before we talk a little bit about that, let's go back to the double elimination bracket, starting with the upper side, as that's already done and dusted. As we see, Blood Diamonds managed to qualify alongside Na'Vi, and a massive upset, I'd say. I wouldn't say an upset because we know Blood Diamond are a very good team, but they took down EXO as well, and they managed to take down plenty of teams here to make it here and also make it through onto the winner side, which is very important for them. But in terms of their confidence, but look at this though, look at the lower bracket here. EXO, big. Bunker Rock Esports, don't forget Fruitis as well, the ex-Nimble Elite roster. This is going to be seriously tough for these teams.
Yeah, it's becoming a very, very stacked day, I think it's fair to say. I mean, I worry a little bit about what the outcome is going to be of Explosions and Stingers, because Big, as we know and have seen, are a huge contender here. But yeah, not to underestimate at all. Fruitis, again, we saw some great things from them last season. Bunker Rock Esports as well. I genuinely feel like they could have gone either way earlier today with Blood Diamonds. So much at stake. And again, we're only looking now for one more team to join Clash, join Mood, SK Gaming, Blood Diamond, Navi, Reply Totem, and XXX. They are already confirmed for the challenge stage. We are waiting for that last team to shine today.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's going to be really tough. I'm not going to give you any kind of predictions whether what could happen, because it's way too tough to call. We'll wait till the losers finals later on in the evening. But Sniggets, though, we don't really know too much about them. Not a huge amount anyway. I do recognise a couple of faces there, but we managed to qualify through the second ladder and looking pretty good from what we've seen so far. Placed 6th in the second ladder, went 26-12, so played a huge amount of games to make it thus far. But how do you feel like they'll perform this time round?
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for Sniggets to me. I mean, they're obviously a lesser known team. Not to take anything away from them, but ultimately, you know, that is going to be taken into account. You know, as EXO free agents do have so much behind themselves in terms of experience. I think that it's going to come down to a lot of what they choose on the day in terms of their brawler choices. But you know, it was to be fair to all the teams here today, the team which have the most losses in the ladder 2 stages. They had 12 losses to 26 wins. So we've got to take that into consideration as well. Whereas EXO free agents was a little bit of a different story. Let's be real.
Yeah, we do have to be real. Yeah, indeed. And looking at Kirsten and the boys back in action. YDE, Kirst and Sump Bentley. You guys went around last season, but did place third. A very strong team coming into this. But now it's just a matter of being able to re-qualify and reclaim their spot rather than trying to make work of the ESL Mobile Challenge. But I have full faith in these guys. It's a very strong squad. We know that they got knocked out by Blood Diamond, but Blood Diamond looked so good from what we've seen in that first winners semis.
Oh, they looked, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they came out today all guns blazing. They had a plan, they stuck to it, and you know, and it was a close match as well, so we know between themselves and EXO free agents. So take some time to get your thumbs warmed up every now and again as well. Ultimately, these two teams didn't really ever face off in ladder 2 either, so we don't really have anything to go on in terms of previous score lines in that respect. But you know, I think that what's important to keep in mind, you know, especially for EXO free agents here, is the fact that you can't ever underestimate an underdog in this tournament. I think that you've got to go in thinking that every game is against someone who's a real front runner, because ultimately you've got to be focused. You got to give it your all, and it is a best of 3, best of 3. You know, if things start to crumble in that first set, you don't have much time to pick yourselves up and brush off the dust.
Certainly indeed. And we're going to go through the maps and bans quickly for the loser back at round 1. As we've got double swoosh, parallel plays, and if we get to it, will be Super Stadium. Now, the favourites will clearly be EXO, just from the reputation, their wealth of knowledge as well coming into this matchup. But talk to you a little bit about the bans here.
Yeah, I think both teams clearly are, you know, preempting the idea of Ash being very strong. Yeah, right. And I think that's wise. I think that ultimately, you know, it's a risky maneuver to just kind of like bank on the other team banning that brawler. So both teams taking no chances. Sprout for, you know, Super Stadium, yeah, I can kind of see that, but parallel plays, I mean, I don't really kind of see it making an appearance there. Double swoosh, not my go-to there either, to be completely honest, so not kind of too sure where that Sprout bounce coming from, if I'm honest, but I would imagine probably more Super Stadium than anywhere else. Poco again, a good one to eradicate, just simply because of those double tanks. You know, it's obviously a really good thing to have as the Byron as well for the Ash. But you know, both teams banning it out, you know, it's just going to eradicate it even further. Double switch parallel plays, as we know, very open spaced map. It's going to be interesting to see that one play out as the second set. If we do go to Super Stadium, then again, I feel like that's where that Sprout bounce will come into play.
You have to see if it even does get that far. Obviously, EXO's made sure of that ban just in case it does get that far as well. And it's going to be tough now. Just let everyone know at home, the winners bracket's all done and dusted. It's all about this lower bracket. Only one team can now qualify, and it's going to be a tough road for all of these teams here trying to make it through. And it's some tough opponents as well with Bunker Rock Esports. As you know, they're currently 4th in terms of points in the BSC, but EXO aren't really too far behind them. I think they're 6th on top of my head. So, you know, a lot of these big names here just trying to re-qualify once again, and we'll have to see what happens. But this is the start of the road here for EXO. If they get a clean sweep here, which will probably be a good indicator here, because we talked a little bit about the win conditions, but does your prediction, do you feel like it's going to be EXO as well in terms of their favours?
I mean, I've kind of got to go with EXO here. I mean, the roster they have got so much experience in competitive. You know, we've seen them on the world stage. We've seen them at countless lands as well. So, you know, they're not only just able to remain composed on stage in that environment, but also at home. And they've just got that much more experience behind themselves in terms of esports. Having said that, again, you cannot discount an underdog. We've seen many teams this year really make a drive towards that front runner. You know, Reply Totem, Big. There's been so many names, Noble Elite. A load of people show themselves like, hey, you know, we can hang with the big boys here. You know, we are capable and we've got the skill and we're eager for it. That's the thing about an underdog, that they really are thriving for it. We've already seen Blood Diamond today and how well they did. I fully expect that we may see that same story recur later on today.
Exactly that. So we'll bet the mentality coming into these qualifiers as well. But before we get into this match, we'll let the players get ready and get underway very shortly. But first, we do have an interview before we get underway. So Kirst, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. It's been a while since we've seen EXO compete after your third place finish last season. What improvements has your team made since then?
I mean, obviously we're on the grind, putting in the hours, working out with finding out the best compositions, working on our play as a team and all that stuff. So I'd say just a gradual improvement across the board.
Lovely. That's what I love to hear and love to see. As one of the favourites, so coming into the second planes, are there any other teams you're going to be keeping an eye on?
I mean, obviously it's the same teams as always. We have Tribe, Blood Diamond, Totem, and then obviously Clash and SK has already qualified, so we don't really have to worry about them for the playoffs or play-ins this time around at least. But yeah, the strong teams are here, and they're obviously not gonna make it easy for anyone, as are we not going to make it easy for them either. So yeah.
I love that, oozing with confidence, even though, yeah, you're right. I feel like this season it's going to be a little bit more challenging in comparison, as you've got a lot more of those high caliber teams coming out the woodwork this time round. What preparations have you made leading up to the planes? In terms of your time investment, have you been putting more towards scrims, VOD research, even like matchmaker and anything like that? Tell us a little bit more about what you've been planning in terms of your preparation for the planes.
I mean, obviously the Brawl Stars Championship is going side by side with this tournament when it comes to time. So like our main focus has been like preparing for that, but that kind of gives us preparation for this because it's kind of in the same boat when it comes to the maps, to the format, to everything like that. So I mean, we've been scrimming a lot, playing other tournaments aside as well. So we're fit for fight. And
final question here, Kirst, is the fact that it's a simple question, but how strong is your lineup compared to last season? Because we know you made a little bit of a change. You made a lineup change like the last couple of weeks of last season's ESL Mobile Challenge. But of course, is there like a night and day difference in comparison to skill, or is it still roughly the same? You just had to work on some minor differences leading up to this moment.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you start or get the roster changed in, you need to not start from scratch, but obviously you need to interpret the new player into the system and build up chemistry as a team. So I would say we are a better team now than the other time around when it comes to skill. Like, I think we've all been good at the game for a very long time, and it's hard to like get much better as an individual, like just like that. But I feel like we play way better as a team, and yeah, we just click up a lot more now than what we did first starting off.
Well, it's like I said before, Kirst, we haven't seen you in a while, so I'm very excited to see exactly what you can bring to the table coming into these plans, and maybe even the ESL Mobile Challenge. We'll see how you guys get on. But nice to see you again, as always, and we'll see you very soon. There we have it. Words of wisdom there from Kirst and say and how he feels. Well, I did say as well before that, it's definitely one of the favourites to try and qualify, but I don't know now. It's going to be a long road ahead of him, and they've got some big teams to try and fill the boots there to try and reclaim their spot. But I still feel like I said before, but I've got a lot of faith in this team. We've seen them do some wondrous things in the past, and there's no reason why they can't do it again. So this is going to be a start from here.
I feel like, that is the thing about teams that have got so much experience behind them. They're able to stay calm and collected and composed under pressure. It's not always the case that you start the day and you just absolutely, we saw Blood Diamond today kind of just really, really cause an upset in that upper bracket, to be completely honest, because they just looked so strong. It was that 2-1 scoreline. So, Exif Regions had a good running against them, but now we're at that point where there can be no more room for error. That's where the additional stress comes into play. But ultimately, I would say that's something that Exif Regions have had more experience with this year, whereas FA Snickers have not really had that same luxury, and it's going to come down to how well they are able to prepare themselves under that same pressure, because again, whoever loses this match does go home and will not be making it through the challenge, no matter what way you look at it. We still got plenty more matches to come today, but this is the first stage of many.
It certainly is indeed. And you guys know at home, this is going to be the third match. This is going to be loser bracket round 1. We're just waiting for the teams to get ready and prepared for this next matchup, because it's going to be a big one. Whoever loses now, no matter what match is in the lower bracket, they will be knocked out completely, and whoever wins is going to head towards the next round until finally we'll find someone to make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge. But the Snickers, so like you already said, haven't seen too much of them. Recognise a couple of faces. They are the underdogs here, like you rightly said, on a number of occasions. But yeah, it's all about their mental state coming into this, because they know they're against a very strong team, and a lot of risks need to be made in order to try and tackle them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of games, in the ladder stage, and again, the 12 losses, out of 26 was what they won. They won 26, they lost 12, and out of that, there were some big names that they lost. To be fair, Navi, XXX, Big, all there, but also some lesser known names that they lost to as well. So it's hard to gain a full picture as to how they're going to perform under these environments. Ultimately, again, going with those right brawler choices, that's kind of the first thing that I'm always going to be looking at is the choices of brawlers. What are they bringing in? Like, does it show some thoughts from awareness to the meta and what's kind of currently really, really strong, or are there a couple of holes already to kind of point at? In that earliest stage possible. I feel like that's something that EXO have definitely got to their advantage. They really do have that firm understanding of the meta and what brawlers they should be bringing in and why. So in that side of things, again, I just kind of have to give that edge to EXO free agents, but you can't underestimate an underdog. They could also be playing some anti-meta ideas just to kind of really throw a bone in the mix, and that could take EXO by surprise. So you really don't know in this kind of competition what is going to happen and what's going to be thrown at you next.
I was just having a look to see if they've actually played against each other in a ladder tour. They haven't, but I think we can say that Sniggers has actually defeated Triple X once before, but have lost to a lot of notable names as well. So I'm trying to dissect it a little bit to see what kind of flavour we can add to the win conditions of Sniggers, but not really too much here. But, we talked about the win conditions, we talked about predictions as well. We both feel like EXO should take this. If you said it was going to be Sniggers, I'd be like, well, what on earth? Like, what the hell do you know that I don't in comparison? But it will be a tough call. But we know it's going to be a real struggle for Sniggers here if they struggle from the get-go, because they need to get out of the gate strong here to make a statement.
Yeah, and also, got to remind ourselves that if they are able to do crazy, it would be a huge upset, let's be honest, if they are to knock out EXO free agents. If that were to happen, they've still got to go and space big in this part of the bracket. So, they've really got a lot of odds against them right now. Let's be real.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, if they do win this year, they got big, and then it's going to be between Bunker and one of the other two teams, of course, in the losers round one. So, yeah, it is going to be tough for every single team, no matter who's going to pan out here. But that's why I was saying why the lower bracket looks a lot scarier, because it's not like two teams can also qualify from the losers side as well. It's going to be a tough ride for them. But even when EXO did get defeated by Blood Diamond, they did actually lose to Blood Diamond also in the ladders. So I'm sure they're no strangers to their skill stature in terms of how good Blood Diamond are. And I'm not really too surprised that they've come out absolutely swinging across the board in that winner's side to qualify. They just made it look easy, didn't they?
Yeah, honestly, they really did. They really did. I mean, and also to their credit, not using the Ashe and Byron that is so strong in this current meta, just kind of had some great moments. I mean, that was honestly, I never go overboard. What you feel and see with me is what you get, and I was loving their matches today. I'm kind of really looking to see how these fans are going to shape things up here. I think from memory, the first map being Devil Swoosh. So, are we going to see a lot of the Amber taking away a lot of that push? Are we going to see a lot of tankier options? We haven't really seen that in the current meta for Devil Swoosh, and that could be something which might be in the eyes of Sniggers. They might kind of go in with some crazy Rosa idea, obviously not with that Poco ban, but there could be some things that they're not expecting. I'd love to see a bit of Tara. I'd love to see maybe some M's or some Spike on those lane sides as well. Gene pools are going to be potentially really important here as well. So are we going to see that as a mid, or are we going to see something like Sandy? There's so many choices it's going to be said when it comes to Double Swoosh as to what you can bring in to help your team out. So one Sandy super for Sniggers could be something that's enough to bring back EXO free agents onto that defensive. We just don't know yet.
No, we really don't at all. This region's been so strong this season. I kind of feel like we need like a 10 or 12 team in the ESL Mobile Challenge. It's been that insane, because it's a shame that we see, a lot of familiar faces, and then again, like next season round, it's like we won't see them again. It's a little bit of a shame, because like I said before, this region's been that strong with the EECA region and the EMEA region just coming together, as well as, of course, with the MENA region as well. It's been very, very tough for every single one of these teams. And I think from what we saw from the first players, the teams that we saw were with SK Gaming, Mood Gaming, of course, AC Milan's Clash, we expected them to qualify straight away. And if they didn't, and if they come to the second players, we knew full well one way or another they were going to make it. It's just a matter of time. You could say all the other teams would have just delayed the inevitable, to say it nicely. North End. But sorry guys, we're still waiting to get underway. We're still waiting for both these teams to try and get ready between EXO and Sniggers to see exactly what's going to go on. So won't be waiting too much longer, so make sure you stay tuned nonetheless. But do you really feel like that Sniggers has any kind of chance? Because we know we can talk about the strengths of EXO and what they've been able to do and be able to comprehend. And we've seen EXO do a lot of reverse sweeps in a lot of the big teams as well. But surely a lot of people would assume this should be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they've banned Poco intentionally, so I think that they are, trying to eradicate that idea from extra agents of going with the kind of tanky comps, and I feel like that's kind of smart. I kind of actually prefer, to be completely honest, the bans of Sniggets compared to extra free agents. I mean, I feel like the Sprout ban is something which they want to maybe struggle with it in scrims, or I can kind of see it for Super Stadium, but again, they might not even get to that stage. I can't see whether that would come into play in parallel plays at all. Sorry, not Purple Paradise, like stand corrected. I'm not really kind of sure that lies. So in terms of the bans that we've already seen, I kind of had to give it to Sniggers in terms of the way that they thought that idea through. When it comes down to Purple Paradise, what I will say is that extra free agents are really composed in that game. Like they like to get hunkered down beneath the gene with the magic puffs. I mean, that brawler has had a few changes, but I don't really see those changes really making an impact in that map. Yes, Land Blowout is not as strong, but normally you kind of opt towards the homing missiles in that respect anyway. They like their belts, they like their long range. Some Bentley's are very, very good sharpshooters with a lot of those brawlers. So if we get to that second set, which we're obviously going to, regardless of what way you look at this, I feel like if EXO free agents are behind that first set, that's where they can bring their money back and cash in to go through the third and final set. I haven't really seen how Sniggets perform under that same environment, so there's that to be considered. But extra free agents are dangerous on that map.
Yeah, they honestly are indeed. We've got just a technical issue with one of the players, just waiting for him to get underway. Surely, sorry for the delays. I know you guys are thinking, casters start the game forehead, but if I had a button, I would have pressed it. I would have pressed it like, I don't know, like 10 minutes ago, something like that. But no, on the serious note, we do apologise with the delays here. But we're just going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back as soon as it's all set, ready and done. So just wait for a few minutes and we'll be back very soon.
Is think about you.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars. We do apologise for the delays there. My start button broke for a bit, but it looks like Sniggers was not able to come back in time for their match, which means EXO will win by default and we'll move into losers round 2, which we will go to our second match between FA and FA Frutas, which we all rightly know there's actually the ex-Noble Elite roster here, Ark.
Yeah, it's a lot of FAs today. Free agency, again, like it's sort of Banks doing earlier today, saying, someone please sign these guys. Yes, the former Noble Elite squad coming back again. Audrey, John, and Melanie. Had a good run last season, but it wasn't the greatest. I think it was just shy of being last place over Navi there. I think it came in 6th place at the end of the season. But this season looking to make a bit more of a stand. But they've got to get to the challenge stage first. They were in the last one. They've got to make this one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they fare today.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that logo is making me hungry. It's like they know at some stage. But yeah, familiar faces as always with John, Andre, and Melanie. They did, not so good at the start of the ESL Mobile Challenge, but definitely made some huge strides in terms of their performance and their skill plateau. And then we've got FA, we've got Airplay, Cyclone, and HK, and we see some good things from them from time to time back in the ladder.
Yeah, I recognize a couple of names there. I think HK and Cyclone to me feel familiar. But I think it's fair to say that the lesser of the known teams when it comes to this particular matchup, they, had, in terms of the ladder, a fantastic performance. They had the only team to have 0 losses. 11 wins and 0 losses. One thing I would just point out was that there's not really many or any of those teams that they won against, except for FA Frutas, which they're obviously playing. And spoiler alert, FA did win in that matchup in ladder. So whether that is any kind of preempting what we're going to see later on between these two teams in just a moment, we're yet to know. But ultimately, that is to be taken into account. They have played them in the ladder and they did get the win.
Yeah, the only thing we can go by in terms of those 11 wins, one of them being against Unima Gaming from the CIS region, but that's pretty much about it. So we're going to get a taste in this first set to find out how good they are and how they will try and come up against Frutas. And we're going to start off with Assembly Attack Safe Zone, then it will be Ring of Fire, and not surprisingly, Ark, both Ash is banned, and we do have the Bell ban as well as the Poco.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's the best way to go here. Ash is in such a great place, and it does make sense to ban Ash as opposed to Byron, as we do know that is the pairing to go with. But ultimately, get rid of Ash and then go from there, really. Bell, still in a great place. I see no reason to not go with a Bell ban here. And Poco, again, not a bad brawler. It's one that we're seeing banned a fair bit today. Assembly Attack is going to be our first map, so there's still options available here. I still think that we could see a lot of Barley, potentially. Maybe Safe Zone as well, Ring of Fire, all good maps with many options to play. So, with that in mind, I don't necessarily mind the bans at all. I think that banning Ash for both teams is the smart way to go here.
Yeah, seeing FA and how they perform, because like we said, that 11 wins, not notable names, but I'm very excited to see how they'll perform against the bigger names here. But Frutas are the ex-Noble Elite roster. It's been quite a while, at least a few months now since we last seen them compete in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Again, another team looking to try and reclaim their spot. I feel like all the teams are trying to reclaim their spot at this point because we're not seeing the same faces as we did compared to last season. But, talk about the win conditions a little bit, but it's hard to decide on that because we have to see in this first set and give ourselves an idea on what's to come for the future of the series. But how do you think in terms of prediction this time around here, Ark?
Again, it's one of those things where, as far as this history goes back, FA came out on top. Again, like the lesser of the known teams. But one thing I've got to say about Noble Elite that I was so impressed with last season was just how varied they were with their brawler choices. Like they were so unafraid to go out on a limb and started playing Leon before Leon became like kind of meta as he is now as a result of that new gadget Lollipop drop. They were starting to kind of change the game itself with like just going in with things that we just didn't expect to see. And not only just that, but making those things work. That was the thing. It wasn't even like they were just kind of being sporadic and aimless in their choices. They were actually making it happen with those picks. So they are a team that are very hard to kind of predict in that respect. So I kind of expect to see that same thing again today. They've got a lot of work to do, but this is the first stage of many to come, and hopefully they've come prepared enough for it.
Yeah, of course, a shout out to their coach and their analyst there on Frutas as well to make these kind of, not just off-meta picks, but styles of play and actually trying to make them work, because it can be quite tough, especially with these top-tier teams in this region. Already, see John do a lot of work against the Frank. left-hand side with the Mortis, but looks like it doesn't take him down, but it's already done a huge amount of damage. Now the problem is, though, Airplay is already fully recovered from that last engagement. There will be a 2v2 into the center, with now the bolts going in favor of Frutas, with the bot coming down FA's way.
Yeah, never a bad thing to have the first push. Definitely feel like, to be honest, like FA's comp is not a bad one here, and could run into problems. Obviously, if John plays the Mortis correct, then he can dance around that well. But if he does get shut down well, then that's going to go against them here. Good defense, unless Andre's going to connect with that super over the wall there, and definitely going to cause some problems in that respect. John goes in, and again, just dancing around that Frank there and leaving him vulnerable. But the heals are there with HK, so you know, if they can keep this up in this team mechanic, then they could get a push hit.
Again, Airplay just managed to survive to the skin of his teeth there in that last engagement. Melny's looking for more though, but he's going to be outnumbered, with Frank going to be making that initial push and HK just baiting him to try and attack him as much as possible, taking a huge amount of damage with another bot heading their way. It's going to be some tough stuff here for them to defend against in comparison to before. Andre now pull it all the way back. Melny is there to greet him though, to try and take down this bot as fast as possible. And you can see HK just trying to throw some extra damage onto it. And look at the damage being done here. Already done to 31%. Trying to distract the bot as much as possible. 28%. This is looking very good so far.
This was the push I was worried about, and like the bot didn't necessarily even do most of that. It was just Airplay with the result of those heals from HK, and that is the worry I have with this comp. And now, realistically, Frutas have got no option but to shut us down as best they can. They can still hold on, but Airplay can tank up so many hits. If they keep him low in health, then maybe he can't push. But he's going in now, and he might be able to steal the deal right here, right now. Oh my word! Shut down there just in the nick of time, and the push coming in. But Frutas are going to make this push count.
Certainly have to. They're going to have to jump on it at this point. There's no time left. No more bots going to be in play, so they need to try and get to it as fast as possible. But so far, but the defense here from FA is looking pretty good. And Spoil just trying to do everything they can to try and keep him away. And my God, FA looks so strong. Not even a tickle onto the Ike there. And there we have it. A commanding performance there from FA. And one of the key factors there is with the Airplay as well, with the Frank. Just the fact that he valued his life so well, apart from the final moments where he's trying to take down the Ike right at the very end. But it's understandable. Why not? You might as well take the risk, because in case they do have to jump on with the final bot in terms of Frutas having to do that. But I must say, in terms of valuing his life, extremely well played overall.
It was a smart pick. Honestly, it really was. I mean, Mortis, yeah, can do wonders against the Frank. But when you got the Byron behind it, you're going to be dashing for days. There's going to be so little that you can really do about it. And like you rightly say, you know, Airplay really did work. And you know, Melny was playing on the buzz, but you know, when again you got so many heals at your disposal, a brawler like Frank can just absolutely tear it up in Siege. So definitely going to have to be lesson learned from Frutas. They're going to have to come back with something equal to it. The question now is, where do the mind games go? You know, are they going to continue that same idea? Are they going to mix things up? Are they going to hope on the idea that Frutas are going to copy that idea and then plan their counter accordingly? One thing's for sure is that I don't think that we've seen the last of Byron today at all. That brawler is in such a good spot right now.
I'm sure we'll see him at some point in this series. I'll be gobsmacked if we don't. The amount we've seen in previous series as well throughout the entire course of this double elimination bracket. But I must say, we needed something to give us a clear indicator on what we could expect in this series, and FA just gave it to us. Didn't take any damage at all, especially right at the very last spot. They seem to be in a commanding lead and a good map control, good bait and switching as well, and you could see their mindset on how, or their plan of action was going to be, especially baiting the Frank player every single time. This is what Airplay was able to do, and still able to survive in a number of engagements. That was just ridiculous in itself. But good start from FA. It's just a matter of how Frutas can now adapt, you could say, but at the same time, it depends if they're going with the same comp, which they have not. Actually, no, sorry, never mind. Actually, you've still got the Frank coming out again with Airplay pushing straight in already. He's literally just not giving him a chance to do anything. He's pushed John all the way back. Andre's fair. They do have angles, but looks like FA a little bit more coordinated in comparison.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. They kind of had to match the Frank and Byron idea, and I think Stu here can be really viable. They need to chip down the Frank. They've got to have pressure, and every time John gets that hit, he's going to be able to heal himself, maneuver around. I assume he's in gas the hill. Looks like it to me. Yep, he is. So that is going to be something which is going to be used in a really great way. But already this first push coming in, Airplay with that power of the hammer coming down. Super the hammer, breaking the wall, Barney at the top.
Love it.
Oh my word, this is a healthy start for FA.
Oh my God, I think healthy might be an understatement here. 13% from the first ball, and they've destroyed the structure as well, which is going to make life easier for their bot to go straight down onto Frutas' Ike. This is absolute chaos here. And look at this, Frutas do have that Bolt lead, so they can get the second seed spot if need be. So FA will need to try not only to defend this, but try and get map control straight after. It's going to be extremely tough, but absolute havoc has been created in that left lane as John takes down Airplay. Melanie takes down HK, and this is their chance to do some serious work.
Finally, Airplay goes down. And yeah, absolutely well played by Frutas. They broke open that top right-hand side wall to allow the Barley to have no cover at all on the other side of things for FA. Now they're able to get some damage of their own. Again, they're going to have high ground control as long as they can maintain this. They're actually going to commit, fully commit. This could be a dangerous call. Melody going and stuns the eye. Can he get the hammer blows? Oh, shut down by Airplay in just the very nick of time. And now this is anyone's.
I can't believe that even happened. And they got to be really map aware in terms of where they're going to go. Look, John's already looking to try and get that final damage done onto the Ike. Will it be able to? There's time, but all the body blocks coming in. And look at this, the bot is going to go in favor of FA, but do they even want to defend it at this point? They could literally just walk around it and try and go for it, but then again, their opponents are going to do the exact same thing. 15 seconds left, the bot's going to go straight towards it, but would have been able to get there first. It's down to 0%. Oh my God, you couldn't make it if you tried this. FA do manage to get it before even the bot arrives on their Ike, but it was definitely the right play, wasn't it? There's no point defending something if it's going to get taken down way before yours. They had to go for the trade.
I can't believe what we just witnessed.
I know.
Genuinely, like, that is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, a few pixels, more into that frame, and we would have seen it be in favor of Frutas there. That was as close as it gets. Really, genuinely as close as it gets. I was even wondering when the Ike exploded whether we saw a push to the other side of the screen and Frutas were managing to make some magic happen. But this push here was where, Frutas were able to regain that composure, and they fully committed to it. If Algie maybe had gone for one shot on the Ike there earlier just to kind of get that last damage, but it's very easy to say that upon looking back at the replay. At that moment in time, they made the right call, and it just didn't quite go their way by the narrowest of narrow margins.
Yeah, there's not really anything they could have done. They had to go for the trade no matter what, because it would have just been pointless just sitting there and then we'll be contemplating their decision making. Everyone would have thought, even everyone in the chat would have thought, well, why are they sitting back? There's absolutely no point. There's not enough time. They need to get there as soon as possible. No reason for them to even try and defend the bot. So yeah, it's pretty much common sense at that stage. But Frutas, I would say, did make a good response this second game. But again, even with the adaptation, I know they switched to the flank of their own, but again, Airplay was just a real pain in the backside. But that was the first set. We've still got another set to come, but looks like FA are looking much better than we even anticipated. You rightly said, but they played against each other once before, and they did come out on top. Looks like history could repeat itself.
Potentially so. Yeah, potentially so. It felt for sure like they came in prepared, with that Byron Frank, and they knew it was going to work. And it felt like, to me, almost like Frutas were always playing catch up to that idea. Like it was always FA that were leading the way in what they wanted to do. And in that respect, that's a strong place to be. You really do have that high ground. You're leading the pack, and anyone that's trying to follow you in your footsteps is going to be always behind. So it was a very valiant attempt by Frutas, got to be said. I feel like they were able to establish that control. One Byron superhero there, and that would have been GG's. But we are now going to go through to the next matchup then, and a great start for FA.
Frutas knew what to expect as well. It's not like they planned to underestimate him in any way, because you said it before, they played against each other once and another. So they expected this kind of turnout. They knew that FA were going to absolutely come in swinging from the get-go. And, it's their last life, really, in this lower bracket. Whoever goes out, goes out. That's going to be it. Noble Elite, or ex-Noble Elite, shall we say. We will not be seeing them again this season. But still, early days as of yet. We'll see if Frutas can make that reverse sweep coming in, depending on how FA is going to perform in this second set. But Frutas, though, definitely need to be on guard and try and dictate the pace in this matchup.
So we're kind of seeing a variant on the Max BB idea. Normally it's played with the Poco, but they're exchanging that with the Byron on the side of FA. And it seems like, a similar idea from Frutas, but they're kind of mixing up the idea using Max, combining it with Amber. It's a bit weird, but again, not out of character for Frutas than what we've seen them do in the past. Nice to see Max back a little bit. We saw so much of her in previous seasons, and now sort of drifting out of the meta, but it does really work well in safe zone. It's just without the Poco on the side of FA, and with the kind of like collage, shall we say, of brawlers on the side of Frutas. I'm not really sure which side to give this one to, I'll be honest. I
don't blame you, because literally it's even Stevens here, both at 82%, but it's been so far. Frutas with the majority of this map control with the possession, and it looks like FA has retaliated with some good response. Using that Colette Super now just for Melny to do a little bit more damage and to keep him at bay, but that Super's going to come back soon enough, which he has done, almost cleaned him up, but some damage has been done to Frutas' safe, now down to 64%. FA still with map control, with the numbers advantage as well, and already done a little bit of damage onto John.
Well, defensively, I would say that Frutas are not in the worst of spots. They can just gain some composure. If Airplay heals on this left-hand side, that could be enough to, really bring back the momentum. And behind it, Cyclone able to heal, HK there being in position. Let's see. At the moment, I actually quite like the way that Frutas going on the aggressive is a good way to defend this, but it might be overestimated here. Cyclone is still going, and HK is able to get the piercing shot through as well. This could be FA going on to match point. Can Airplay finish off one bubble there? And the hat is done as quickly as that. Frutas have got a problem.
Yeah, they really do. Match point now for FA, and you can see in terms of their mindset what they wanted to do. They didn't want too sure to go for the trade or not. It was a very tough decision, but Biovan is way too little too late. There's nothing they could have done. They had good map control at the very beginning. They did exactly what we wanted them to do. Dictate the base right at the very start, but FA were able to establish themselves map presence once again and took advantage.
I mean, that's the thing. I kind of felt like, in all fairness, FA had the more traditional comp. They were only lacking the Poco, and replacing it with another healer, Byron, who's not banned. So that makes perfect sense. I feel like, what we saw was Frutas trying to adapt something ahead of where we are currently in terms of the meta for safe zone. And it was a risk that didn't quite pay off. They found themselves too much on the defensive, and you've got to find that balance. When they tried to go on the aggressive, it didn't pay off because they just weren't paying attention to that left-hand side. Airplay healing up is clearly someone who likes to play those tankier options. They can't underestimate that guy. We saw how well he was dominating with Frank in Siege, and it's no different seemingly so far in safe zone. They've got to pay more attention to him. They've got to shut down the healers behind him as well. If they start to do that, they can still claw this back, but genuinely now they're out of time. They've got to start making changes, and the right ones at that.
They certainly do have to, as FA will be on match point, but I will say they had some great bait and switching, good coordination, no signs of hesitation at all. As soon as they smelled an advantage, they took it within milliseconds, and this is what we like to see from FA to make sure they're a threat in this lower bracket. As Andre does get taken down, Airplay is not even mucking around it, trying to push into that left lane deep as quick as possible. Has got behind him, and he's just going to do damage to the safe, but Andre can body block a little bit with that respawn immunity, but now just the need to keep Airplay at bay. But he's at a disadvantage, but Airplay's taking a little bit of damage, still tickling the safe here, there, and absolutely everywhere. Now down to 75%.
I really like the FA comp, not gonna lie, being able to break everything open, but that max pick still on the side of Frutas could prove troublesome. Having that additional speed is gonna make it really, really difficult to land these cold shots, and also the B will be quite helpful in that respect to be able to slow down those advances. And here we have a team wipe. Audrey all alone gets that slow down yet the face, and now look at this, everyone able to connect. Play on that top, the right left hand side has absolutely nailed the save. And again, we are seeing Frutas having a world of hurt.
Airplay 6 HP, but Melny cleans him up here, and Cyclone's already on his tail here, just trying to keep him back. But it looks like finally, after a little bit of time, does clean up Melny. But Andre's already taken a beating, needs to try and pull back. But even then, though, he can use his movement to try and dodge a lot of his projectiles to push it on in. But some aggression needs to occur. Look at this. Look how weak Cyclone and Airplay are. But again, you saw HK doing work, making sure to keep the rest of the members of Frutas away so they can fully recover. They have the numbers advantage. This is not looking good for Frutas here.
Yeah, not when you consider just how low everyone was. And this is what we've seen from FA just doing so well. These chokes on both, every lane you look at, really, at the moment, Airplay is just chipping away. Cyclone doing his best in the middle, gets the takedown alongside the HK. Now Melny, surely not far behind that. John trying to come in to soak up any of this, but surely there's so much to be done now. They've only had 5% damage on the side of Frutas. Is safe. They've been in control from start to finish, and Airplay is not done yet. Tapping away.
Oh my God.
12 HP goes down eventually, but is there enough time, really, to see a comeback?
I don't think there is. There's only 2 members left up for FA, and you can see that Melny was looking to go straight for the save. It's just not going to happen. That was really strong from FA, and it's not even that. The coordination was good, but he had the angles as well. It was my form of organised chaos, and you could see there, Food just didn't know what to do to retaliate. They didn't have much of a, not to say much of a clue, they had a few ideas on what to do. They were trying to stick together to try and make the push, but they weren't too sure, you know, what decision they should make. Maybe someone should made a play, or at least shot call to say we should focus on this person first. Just prioritise one of their opponents, but they just weren't too sure what to do, because either way, they're taking damage from that safe, and they couldn't do anything about it.
I gotta say, FA looked dangerous. And again, if we go back to our prior conversation before this series went underway, you know, we were saying just that. You know, you can't ever underestimate a Dark Horse. Now, I think Bunker Rog are sitting in the sidelines thinking, okay, team talk time.
Yeah, just don't underestimate him. That's all we can say. Food Test actually didn't. They knew what was to be expected, and yeah, it was just a little bit of a shame. There's a few moments where they dictated the pace at the very beginning, but it's just a walkover. When you have to deal with a team who have very good organised chaos and have their plan of action sorted, it's tough. It's all about prioritising one of your opponents and then be able to make a push from there with a numbers advantage. But we didn't really see any of that. So it's a bit of a shame we won't see Food Test again this season, as they are now out of the competition. But FA will be moving into the next losers bracket round, but we've still got a few more matches to come. The next one, as you're just going to double check, it will be between Big and XO. Another big one, another big matchup to see who's going to carry on into loser bracket and who is going to get knocked out. So stay tuned, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open play-ins number 2, and my goodness me, today has just been non-stop action, upsets, storylines. we're not even close to being done yet. We are still going through the motions of the lower bracket. Welcome back, of course, to Teddy, who's going to be joining us for this next matchup, Big versus EXO free agents. This one is going to be a cracker, Teddy.
Absolutely so. I mean, two big teams with, a lot of different tendencies, but the same one and unique goal, and that's making it to the challenge. Only one of those teams can do it, maybe not even, but they got to start by winning this semi-final in the lower bracket. They already took a loss in the upper bracket. This is do or die now, and honestly, between Big and EXO, it's so hard to set them apart.
Yeah, I mean, they've battled on time and time again. They're good friends as well in the background too, but there will be no friends on the battlefield today. I can assure you, everyone today fighting for their tournament lives. Big, Equark, Lars, and Nadine, and I gotta say, Equark, especially in that game of Bounty, was just absolutely phenomenal earlier today. It wasn't quite enough. We saw Navi go through, and now Big are in the position that they are in. They're going to have to pull every trick out of the bag. The bans are going to have to be absolutely on point here, because either way you look at this, a giant is about to leave the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there's only so many spots and so many teams competing for them. It's going to be heartbreaking one way or another, but also really exciting to see those guys battle it out. Whitey, Cursed, and Sun Bentley, the roster here for EXO free agents, really well-known players. Definitely have the experience on their side, but sometimes the freshness from some of those other teams like Big can really be difference-making.
Yeah, one thing I've got to say about EXO free agents, they only had one loss, or two losses rather, in the ladder. It was Blood Diamond and to Navi. So, there wasn't actually any run-in between themselves and Big, although we have some in the past, and they are very, very close matchups. The bans are in. It's going to be Brock and Ash being banned for Big, and Ash, and again, that recurring ban of Sprout for EXO free agents. The maps and modes are going to be for Bounty, Layer Cake up first, a Gem Grab, a cute angle, and then Nuts and Bolts for Siege. Teddy, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's the same bans from Big than what we saw earlier, despite the maps being fairly different. So, interesting. I mean, Ash overall, I just expect it to be banned pretty much all the time. I feel like Brock could be a little bit more map specific. I don't feel like it is here, although on a cute angle, there could be some nice possibilities to use that brawler. So, fair enough. Sprout is definitely more interesting. Is that a reoccurring ban for EXO you mentioned?
It is, yeah, it is. I kind of questioned in the last series. We didn't see it actually play out because of the disqualification that was there, but ultimately, yeah, it does seem to be their flavor of today, and it's an interesting one because Layer Cake maybe, maybe I just kind of wonder where it fits in. That's all.
Yeah, I just feel like even on Layer Cake, for example, a Tick is a little bit more well-rounded, you know what I mean, as a brawler. But, EXO is a very versatile team. They have a super wide and varied brawler pool, so they can afford to go for more specific bans like that, because if, for example, they rather play Tick, just ban Sprout. Get it out of the way if you're not going to play it. If you're okay with all the other really strong brawlers, I mean, that's fine by me. It works.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm kind of curious to see, as we haven't seen actually any of their gameplay yet. We saw on the bracket, of course, the storyline where Blood Diamond to get the win, but is that Sprout ban, aimed towards their kind of play style, their strategy going into day? Are they having anything up their sleeves in that respect? I'm kind of keen to see what their approach is regarding that, but ultimately, they are very, very experienced. They know what they're doing, and I'm sure as we go along, I'll be learning as to what that ban's about, but again, they had a great time of things in season one. They absolutely smashed it out of the park. So, they're going to want to ensure that qualification spot today is only one spot remaining. And, EXO free agents, they want their name all over that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that overall they should be coming in as at least slightly favorites in this matchup, if not just straight up favorites. Big, kind of all over the place. I feel like even in the match we got to see from them against Blood Diamond, they played decent, but just not good enough,
I think that they timed their comp really smartly going into that dry season matchup. To have that Mortis pick against those throwers, it definitely gave them a lot. So, Big are a team which really do understand the meta. That cannot be denied. If they are able to preempt the picks and try and go with the best possible counter to that idea, then they've definitely got the skill to make it pay off. The question is, will we see those mirror matchups? Who's going to take that lead? We've seen both sides take hits yesterday, you know. For Exit Regions, it wasn't the greatest of starts to the competition, but Blood Diamond did come very well prepared and fully deservingly got their qualification spot into the ESL Mobile Challenge. How is this one going to go? I don't know, but we are into the game, Teddy. We got the picks on the screen, and straight away, some interesting ones to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, you know, something like a Byron and a Buzz, I'm not the most surprised to see, but Daryl is a brawler we just don't see a lot at the moment. Kind of, you know, stays in the shadow of the other tanks. Lars in a lot of trouble there, is going to go down. Use this super right before going down as well, which is just a little bit of lost value. A 3-star lead now in favor of EXO, and Big have some catching up to do.
Yeah, Dean just didn't quite catch the hill there, but ultimately, you know, Lars felt like maybe just going out with a bang. Ruby, by the way, is cursed. You know, he's got a bit of an attachment to that name at the moment. It won't be the last time that you see it on his player tag, I'm sure. Lars in a position here, taking out a lot of shots. I feel like he's going overly aggressive here, somehow able to stay alive, and Dean coming in with some really, really important and clutch heals. I do like the Daryl pick. I've got to say, it's not on the one that we tend to see that much, but if EQUAC can time this right, especially if they can push back executions onto that back spawn, it can cause a ton and a world of hurt.
Man, I love that positioning from Kurst on the left-hand side. Just not moving while being invisible. Letting Nadine push, feel too comfortable, and punish him for it. 9 stars, including the blue star in favor of EXO. And Big, they're not in a good position. They do have time to work with, and they do have the sort of comps that can go in for a final push, but they ideally want to get a couple of kills before that.
Yeah, it's going to really be dependent upon these heals from Dean, and they are coming in really nicely on EQUAC, and now swapping over to Lars. That's a really smart thing to do, but is this going to be enough? It's a really monstrous push. Oh, it's going to be a more or less a TY, but not in the way that it was looking like it was going to go. It's actually going to go in favor of EXO free agents, despite the low HP across the board. There's a lot of stars in the spawn, but there is not a lot of time on the clock. Lars going for one final push, gets to take down the white, but then Curse there for the pickup. EQUAC with one final moment of glory, but it's not going to be in their favor. 24 stars to 8 in favor of EXO free agent.
Man, what a good execution there, because honestly, comp-wise, I feel like that was definitely winnable for Big.
Yeah.
And just such a good team play, good positioning, and really good synergy as well on the sides of EXO, being able to protect their weaker members, tank for them as well when they dive in, and make sure that they stay as many of them alive. And Sun Bentley, I believe, didn't even go down once in that game. Just always surviving, always someone body blocking, making sure that it's as tough as possible for Big to pierce through that defense and keeping as many stars on their side.
Yeah, honestly, those pushes into that spawn, I felt like they could have been a very different story. They really could have done. They could have gone either way. Very, very clutch heals. Sun Bentley surviving that 200 HP there, 217 HP in the back spawn. You know, but I did like what Big went in with. They went with something bold, something that was, again, trying to preempt the ideas of Exit Free Agents, things that I didn't expect for them to bring in. And it very much could have been a different story. The thing that I felt was their weakness in that game was the early plays. Like they had a few you know, fumbles in that earlier stage, and that kind of came back around to haunt them. If they'd had a bit more patience, as you do need that in Bounty, you've got to have a little bit of that perseverance there to be patient with those plays. Make sure that you're, you know, kind of keeping an eye on the clock and the stars. But if you're going too aggressive, then it can be either going very much for you or very much against you. In that instance, I felt like it went against them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they ended off the start, I think, without the blue star and without getting any kills and losing 1 or 2 players. They're just really tough. I feel like with a Buzz as well, you can probably gadget your way to that blue star if you want to. You can also let your opponents take it, you know, play passive until you get a Buzz super, a Daryl roll. They come pretty, you know, instinctively. You don't actually have to get damage to unlock them, so playing a little bit more passive towards the start and then going in together could have been the way. A little bit too chaotic, perhaps.
Okay, well, why go towards the tick? Curse can stay on the Leon, and Sun Bentley gonna be
they have an AFK
with the bell. It looks like it could be, actually, to be fair. Yeah, maybe back in the back spawn. Maybe got a few connection issues there. Coming in now with a pin, which would tend to indicate that, yeah, but he didn't come in a good way at all. I would like to say that he's back, but that may have been a bot just going for the start, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, it might as well have stayed AFK then, but yeah, that's a bit of a tough way to die early on. I mean, if he was having some sort of an issue, then he doesn't necessarily know what was happening until then and where the opponents were sitting. But now we have a bit of a push. Lars does go down, and that's going to be 4 stars now in favor of EXO. That blue star still sitting there mid.
Okay, well, Big are going to have to get some aggression going. There's only 1 minute left remaining. They are still behind. Lars going to pop the last hurrah. Just about gets the pick up there. Very much a needed one as well. Has now the head, which goes out. This will push then Kirsten, well, actually, no, taken care of, so they won't really push them anywhere in that respect. There's a lead now in favor of Big. You've got to bear them on that blue star. So ultimately, they can hold this position and buy out the clock. It's going to be Exit Freedom. They've got to make a push. That nest egg on that right-hand side as well, I feel, is in a really, really good spot. I wonder whether Curse has been able to clock that and preempt the potentially inevitable. Oh, but a turnaround there. A nice snipe from somebody gets taken down Nadine.
Yeah, Nadine, I'm still not entirely sure if he figured this stuff out, as he was kind of just not moving anymore for a second or two, but a kill is a kill, and only 15 seconds left here for this final push. Curse has to go in, forced to go for that duel, not going to be winning it, and with 8 seconds left, it's going to be a tough challenge here for EXO to come back. 3 more seconds, no one even close to getting a kill, and that's going to be Big, tying things up in this first set. And honestly, what a way to do it as well, because, you know, it seemed like they were having some struggles with Nadine, and they still win. So, GG's, 1-1.
Yeah, 100%. Like, when you're, that far behind and time is of the essence, and you've already not had any momentum going for you, you've got to really start to communicate. And Lars was the first to do just that on that left-hand side lane there. As soon as they had that, picked up the blue star. Kind of interesting to see how late the blue star was left into the game, actually, and how important it was at the very end of it as well. Honestly, now, both teams have got themselves, just a bit warmed up. This set becomes so important, so crucial, as we saw, and it was a very dominant start from Exit Freedom. It has to be said. There was, I think, it was 29 stars or something towards the end of that first game. They started off with a bang, but now Big are responding.
Yeah, much calmer Big in the second game, going... Yeah. I mean, obviously, seeing the brawlers they picked, they're not going to go as aggressive, but just staying much more, on their lane, doing their thing, playing it safe, and not having any big problems. That's the thing we see with Big happening very often, is that they just lose a lane and then it snowballs from there and they end up losing control of the entire map. Here they just played it really calm, no risks, and things paid off. And honestly, I feel like EXO underperformed a little bit in that game because they were missing a lot of shots. It's just not something I expect from them. So hopefully they get their stuff together in game 3, because they definitely want that first set.
I really like the Mr. P pick here. It's proven to be a good one in the past. Curse popping 2 gadgets already early on, it's going to be said. So trying to get Big pushback as quickly as they can, but there's a 3rd gadget going back now. So Curse really wants to just keep this pressure on, but I just don't see that it's really done much. I think Big are holding firm. Ticket coming out from Whitey as well, taken quickly care of by Equark, but now they can start to squeeze these left and right hand side lanes. It's Curse on the left-hand side that's doing that, really. I see Whitey as well on the right side pushing with him. Ultimately, nothing's going to change otherwise.
Yeah, nice stick head, and that's the call to go for that blue star. We saw that in the previous game as well. As soon as Lars gets that ticket, pushing forward, going for the star. Hopefully, he can defuse some of those traps from Sun Bentley in the process and maximize the value of that one super. And it's just 1 star, but that's enough for Big to relax, stay in the back line, and wait for EXO to make a move.
Yeah, it's very passive comp. Ultimately, you got those controlling brawlers, but now EXO Freedom start to push this mid, and they've got to do that. There's only 35 seconds remaining, however, so that's to be bear in mind. No kills or deaths yet, and something's got to change. That blue star sitting with Big for now. Lars is going to bounce a few shots between himself and Nadine. This is the chance for Curse to push really, but now the heals are in, and again, if Exit Freedom don't do anything about this, then Big are going to take this first set.
20 seconds. The shot connects from Aqua. YD in trouble, very low HP, but a nice stick hit on his side as well. Lars can barely tank this one, but he needs to heal up if he wants to make it out alive. So low HP across the board, but there's the kill from EXO, and they're going to be running away with the set. Homemade recipe, a little bit late from Nadine. You don't want to be stuck with those gadgets when time is over, but that's set for EXO.
Whitey came in clutch. So clutch for Exit Free Agents. I mean, until that moment, nothing had happened. That game was decided entirely upon that moment there, and last solo, then that ticket come in there, down to 140, then started healing up so quickly, and just wasn't enough. The mines were placed to perfection. Sun Bentley again, 245. just the one kill, and Exoprimus just had to time that perfect. I was so worried going into those moments that they were just going to lose the game on a complete stalemate, no kills and no deaths. So, I mean, that was well played by Wiley, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, overall, I feel like at some point that defense from Big was going to crack. HP-wise, across the board, it was just bad for Big. They had 3 players that were pretty much one shot. At some point, someone is going to fall, and Whitey was the one to take that kill. But a very good team effort, making sure that everyone on each individual lane is low HP and that there are all opportunities for crossfire and for punishment.
That was such an important game as well. I gotta ask, I gotta wonder how Big will be feeling in the background, how their communication would have been at the end of that matchup. But it's not over. It's just that the first set has been taken by Exoprimus in the best of 3, best of 3. Now what it comes down to is how do Big respond? How are they going to be able to recollect themselves on this one? Acute Angle is the map for gem grab, so they're going to really have to dig deep. They play such a fundamental role in the challenge of season 1, but they run the risk now of actually being booted before they even get to that stage. Exoprimus are hungry for this today, and they're going to have to respond with something big, no pun intended.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, gem grab is nice for some comebacks. You can get some good turnarounds there as well, and the clutch potential is there, and that's where where Big do tend to shine. Yeah, you can't help but feel like EXO, they got a huge boost in morale, hurting Big's morale in the process, and some nice momentum just, moving on to set 2.
Yeah, momentum's a huge thing as well. I mean, ultimately, there's still a fair amount of work to be done in this lower bracket still today. So there's more matches to come after this. And, that's the thing you got to consider. You got to reserve some of that energy whilst giving it your all in every single map and mode. Exoprimus now will be feeling like they dodged a big bullet there, in all honesty. I did like the adaptation, gotta say, between the Mr. P pick for Curse going over to that from the Leon. It started off really well for Curse. He was able to go super on the aggressive, and you saw that reflected in the star line for that first game. Going into the second game, it wasn't really working out. So making that change at the crucial moment, and you saw how desperately he wanted to get that early control. Those 3 gadgets popped in quick succession. Although he didn't bring any kills with it, it was able to assert a lot of that left-hand side pressure to allow them wide to do his thing on the right lane. But many different brawlers and such that are going to be able to be seen in this next map mode.
Well, here we go, Acute Angle. Let's see.
Penny.
Oh, that's
gotta call it.
Definitely interesting. Okay, I mean, I was expecting some original stuff coming in here, but Penny is definitely very interesting for the least.
Yeah, it's one that I think Big have been known to pull out every now and again, not completely opposed to it. But Equop's got to earn that turret, first and foremost. I like the positioning of that lollipop drop. Somebody used that phase shifter there just to perfection, enough to stay around. Now the turret goes down. Now that's going to be a direct counter to the lollipop drop if it's in range, which, I mean, every time that I play Penny, it must be in range, because honestly, those cannibals go across the entire map as far as every time that I'm playing Brawl.
Yeah, well, so far, no connection on that lollipop drop. Rather focusing on Curse on the left-hand side. Will end up going down. Right now, a little bit of a lead for EXO. It's nothing too worrisome for Big just yet, but that Sandstorm might be, as Bentley is going very aggressive, wants to be careful as well, not get taken out, but he's playing it safe, staying at the distance, and Curse comes in, takes the kill, takes the turret as well, and now Aqua has to work towards his next mortar.
Curse able to get that taken down very quickly. Goes down himself, but I don't think a terrible trade. The lollipop drop, getting that out of the way is a very, very important thing. So not to be underestimated there, but ultimately it has allowed Big to take a bit more of that mid control. And also those shots pierce through there to cause a lot of devastation. It's that mechanic which a lot of players don't necessarily come across Penny that often. So when it hits hard, but down goes there. The gem carry for Big. Equoc is going to have to come back in quickly to pick up those gems because Exoprimus only need 1.
Yeah, 7 on Lars though, so if Aqua can bring this gem back safely, which she won't be able to do. Oh, is there time? It's really close, to be fair.
I mean, think there's enough time.
Lars has to stay alive. Yeah, I think there might be. Yeah, there's definitely enough time.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's going to be the reset. And now things are interesting because they have a little bit more control.
and a penalty turret in a really aggressive position as well. Somebody's taking shots and is pretty low. And Whitey goes down. That gem being very cautiously left there to not show Curse's position. Somebody will pick up. Now it's reset.
Yeah. Fairly even control now. Whitey has come back and respawned as well. Some Bentley going to be initiating the countdown, but he's low HP, wants to be careful now. Whitey going forward, Aquak is gonna go down, and I think this might be the play that ends it as they all pull back with the gems. Look at that, Sun Bentley on 21, and that's gonna be match point coming up in favor of EXO.
Sun Bentley, I gotta say, did immensely well. And that moment where we saw that super, I think it was from Dean on the Rico, wasn't it? Like, on that left-hand side lane, Sun was running in that direction. He went back on himself and stayed in that one tile spot, wedged between it. If he'd gone down there, that could have been a very different story. Either way you look at it, being a gem carrier's max, that's a horrible position to find yourself in, and one that you obviously got in intentionally with the strategy in mind, but a lot of pressure. You don't have the most range, and you have to run out that speed. Sun did so well to pull out the win there. Obviously, his team so much to support it, but I mean, he was low for a lot of that game.
Yeah, it was just a really tough situation for Big towards the end. I feel like the game overall was pretty back and forth, but I think what's really interesting is that we could really feel how much it was hurting Big when they did not have that mortar, because Penny, to a certain extent, when you don't have a mortar placed down, it's not quite, it doesn't feel like a full brawler, you know what I mean? It's like 80% of a brawler. You need that mortar to really shine and, you know, have a lot of value throughout the map.
Yeah, back in the day, it was a great deterrent of Leon, but ultimately now it's one of those things that you kind of really need to hold and have, you know, and without that, you definitely feel like you're lacking that. So I think you're right. I think that that's going to be the first thing to go on the side of Big, and you know, they've got so much to do. Like, they are now up against the match point. EXO free agents have looked very much in control in that match. They looked a lot better than they did in Bounty, in my opinion. It was like an explosive start followed by a little bit of a lesser start, and then going into gem grab, they were like, no, we've got the set, and now we need to bury this team as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, EXO very strong in that game. I still feel like, you know, for having a Penny mid, Big did all right, but all right is not going to do it anymore, because right now it's match point for EXO, and Big are just a loss away from going home empty-handed. And they're going to go for very similar stuff, bringing in the spike now on the left-hand side. And I like it quite a bit, especially with Curveball. You can do some pretty nasty stuff to those lollipop drops. And that was one of the big problems in the previous game. Although Nidin does have to hit it eventually. I
was going to say, every shot that goes down is missing, but then there's the final one. I'm still surprised that Big decided to bring in the Penny again. It was doing work, but I don't know. Let's see how it fares. I do think that I agree that I think the spike lane is a better shot than the Rico. It's hard to get that angle on the left-hand side, in all honesty. Lars on the heavy fire on this right-hand side, getting shots, taking him down low in HP. Equok coming in with some shots of his own. Somebody surviving, and Whitey very low in HP, but it's you know, going to be Equok forced down this left-hand side. That's where Curse is, so to be very careful here.
Really well played by Nidin on the left-hand side there to stay alive and get that kill onto Curse. Equok helping him out as well. Whitey going to be delivering a couple of gems to Big. I don't think they're going to be complaining about that. And now there's a pretty decent setup for Big to start building up that gem count. Some Bentley low HP goes down. Big kill from Lars, but Curse is still alive. Finds the trade. Equok is there though. And those gems are going to be dropped down. Whitey, can he find Equok? He is, and that's the gems. Lars trying to find a trade. Nidin gets the one. Sun Bentley still alive, pulling out of that fight. And he is going to do so successfully. Now Big, they need to interrupt that countdown.
Snatch! What a snatch from somebody. Whitey came in huge there as well with that Sweet Dream stun from the gadget. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get it done. Big are going to be going down to EXO free agents after a phenomenal play to turn the game. My goodness me. Before that, EXO free agents would just bring in gems to them on the silver platter. And then as quickly as that, the turnaround, and Big are out.
Wow, just like that. I mean, brutal and heartbreaking, but EXO definitely deserved that victory. Played quite a bit better across the match. There were some close games, but even most of those close games, they didn't end up going the way of XO. So that's the the clutches you need, especially against a team like Big. And Sun Bentley barely pulled out of that fight, but he did so with all the gems he needed and with the victory for XO.
Phenomenal, honestly, thoroughly enjoyable. Commiserations to Big. They fought valiantly, and it genuinely could have been a different story if they'd just been able to hold firm in that bounty match and got that set up ahead. We'd be going to the third and final. Didn't happen. Fantastically well performed and executed by Exo Freedoms. They'll be going on then to face off against the winner of our next matchup. Up next, Bunker Rock Esports versus FA. FA had a great start earlier today. I'm really keen to see what they have to say about this. I'm going to be stepping aside. We're going to bring in back Lethal, and we'll be right back after this.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plays for Brawl Stars, and we're getting another step closer to find out who's going to be the last team for the ESL Mobile Challenge. And now we've got the next matchup, which should be an interesting one actually, between Bunker Rock Esports and FA. And we had a little bit of a snippet, maybe a small dosage of what FA can bring to the table. And they looked very strong against Frutas earlier, but now they've got another challenger here, and it's going to be a juggernaut being Bunker Rock Esports. But before we go into that, let's have a look at the lower bracket so far, because we don't need to worry about the winners bracket now because that's been said and done earlier on. As you can see, EXO are now in the losers finals, awaiting one of these two teams to come forward and face against them for that final spot. But I must say though, it's going to be quite hard to decide who's going to come out on top between Bunker and FA here today, just due to the fact that, like we said before, FA don't know too much about them, been pretty impressed with what they did against Frutas, but this is another kettle of fish they're playing against now.
Yeah, honestly, Lethal, it's not every day that there's a team in a tournament like this where I don't know some of the players, and FA is one of those teams. Bunker, first, Ashil, Boss, Darkum, really strong team. They've impressed us over this year, especially with their consistency, but that also means that sometimes they struggle consistently as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels like they win against the same teams pretty consistently, but they also lose against the same teams pretty consistently. So they're in a pretty decent place. I mean, they are world contestants right now. If things end in the BSC, they would be qualifying for World Finals. FA, not quite in that level, but Airplay, Cyclone, and HK definitely impressed us versus Frutas earlier with a 2-0 sweep. I know Cyclone and HK, Cyclone notably from Final Stand, but for the most part, those guys are pretty unknown, and the fact that they can perform at such a high level so quickly is incredibly impressive.
I see it as well, Teddy. If you don't know, then no one knows. That's how I'm going to put it out there anyway. But I think in terms of the gameplay and what we've seen so far, it's not really too much of a just strategical element there, so to speak. A lot of organised chaos across the board, but the fact that it's their individual skill and their coordination, it's really, really good and just remarkable to watch. Definitely a real spectacle to see, and they just don't hesitate. It's hard to struggle against a team who are that aggressive but that in sync as well at the same time. Normally, only the top teams can really put a stop to that, but not really too sure now. But we are going to have the maps here: Gemfort, Sneaky Fields, and Snake Prairie if we do get that far in this best of three. And look at the bans here so far, Teddy.
All right, Buzz and Mortis, pretty classic stuff from Bunker. I like them going for those bans as well, because usually as an underdog, you will be enjoying those tanks quite a bit, because you have to focus a little bit less on your aim, a little bit more on your movement. A lot of players find that easier, and it's easier to get those upsets. But Poco and Ash banned by FA, two really strong brawlers overall. Poco, I feel like for the first time in a long time, is a little bit less, strong in the meta, but Ash definitely is up there. Jude, what I'm really excited about is if we get to set number 3 and we get some competitive Snake Prairie.
Yeah, I think also the pressure is going to be on Bunker here just due to their reputation here in the competitive Brawl Stars scene. But I don't want someone like FA who, rightly as you said, quite unknown. Don't really know too much about them in terms of what they're going to bring to the table, as we've only seen one series. Can't really dictate or dissect exactly what could be happening this time around. But I think they just rely on that beast mode, aren't they? The aggression, the coordination, in sync, basically just relying on their initiative and their game sense more than the strategical elements there, which isn't a bad thing. But at some stage, a top team is going to put a stop to that, and this could be one of them. It just depends if Bunker can control the aggression from this team and just try and pick them apart as they go by, because it's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, it's going to be very challenging for sure. I mean, I'm impressed by FA's performance so far today, but you have to be honest, Bunker is not Frutas. The potential from Bunker is a lot higher, and their level in general is so as well. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be much, much tougher than against Frutas, but FA, they're coming in here with a lot of confidence after getting a strong win. Bunker, you have to remember as well, they dropped down from the loser bracket. They just come off a loss, so maybe momentum-wise and mood-wise, it's not exactly in the same place, and that can be a factor. But overall, I'm still going to have to say that Bunker are favorites coming into this matchup, but if anyone is going to surprise us today, it might as well be FA.
Yeah, it might as well be. I'm going to say the same thing. We talked about the win conditions a little bit, but yeah, I do predict Bunker should be able to take him down. They've been through this time and time again. I'm sure they've been able to play against enough opponents where they've got this pure aggression and a lot of bait and switch and initiative to work on, and I'm sure they'll be able to stop to that. But you have to take a lot of time out to try and discover how they're going to put a stop to a lot of these teams in the future, and I'm sure Bunker have what it takes in terms of their natural talent and their ability to put a stop to that. But I don't know, will they be able to? The only problem is with Frutas, they was not really too sure how to deal with it. That was the issue. The only way you can deal with that kind of aggression, especially when it's in sync with the coordination, is the fact that you need to prioritize one of your opponents each and every time and then break through with the numbers. But we didn't really see any of that because they came from all angles. They didn't prioritize a single person in order to try and get map control back. And that's where they struggled, and we saw it on numerous occasions. Bunker shouldn't really have too much of an issue with this occasion, but if their small talk isn't that good, then yeah, it looks like they may struggle against FA as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. I mean, I talked about consistently earlier as well for Bunker, and the fact is, I feel like they lose pretty consistently to that top 5 in Europe, but they do win very consistently against every team that's not in that top 5, and that's most of the teams, and why they are probably around that top 5 themselves. And FA, I wouldn't quite put them up there just yet. So on paper, this is a matchup that is pretty good for Bunker. But once again, FA impressed us earlier and really caught us off guard, caught Fruit us off guard as well, and maybe they can surprise Bunker right now as well.
Yeah, honestly, man, I don't really have a clue. I want to say Bunker anyway, just because it's just an easy prediction. Like, normally on paper, Bunker should do it. That's the problem. It's on paper, isn't it? They're currently 4th in the BSC. And all year round, Bunker have looked very good. We haven't seen them last season in the ESL Mobile Opens because they didn't even compete in the ESL Mobile Open. But this time around, they've heard about it, got involved. Makes perfect sense as to why they want to compete in another competitive event such as this. But yeah, on paper, yeah, it looks like Bunker should take this, but I really don't know. FA, I didn't expect them to be this strong. It's like I said before, in the second ladder, there wasn't any notable teams they managed to take care of. Yeah, sure, they went 11-0, but the only teams I remember from the top of my head was Unima Gaming from the EECA region, and of course Frutas, but they competed them again. But the only difference is Frutas knew not to underestimate him, just due to the fact that they played against him once before. But Bunker also know not to underestimate him either. They've obviously seen the previous series and gone, okay, this is not going to be a walkover as we predicted. And not only are they probably, maybe in the past probably thought, right, let's get this match over with and then go straight to XO, but we have to take this one match at a time now.
Yeah. I mean, something that's to take into account here as well is that Bunker probably expected Frutas to win against FA, as most of us did. So maybe their game plan was a little bit more adapted towards that. And at this level of play, they're always going to be expecting any outcome, but they're still going to invest a little bit more resources and time towards, whoever they are most likely to be facing. And now there's that slight element of surprise, and we'll have to see how good the preparation is from Bunker and how ready they are for that. Just the way we'll have to see if FA even expected to go all the way to the semifinals of the loser bracket, and if they prepare to face Bunker.
Yeah, the problem is if AC Milan Clash were here or SK, they could put a stop to this little run that FA have made, because they can control this situation. They're the ones who dictate the pace of every single match and every single game and be able to go from there. But, these two teams aren't in it anymore, and neither's Mood Gaming either, and neither's Triple X. So a lot of these top teams are gone. They're already done. They've already qualified, and someone's going to have to put a stop to them. And I'm sure XO are definitely be watching this to keep a very close eye on XO. Don't get me wrong, Bunker are favourites, but it doesn't mean it could be the full tale here in terms of the story. We have to see what FA can bring to the table against Bunker. So this is the loser bracket semi-finals. Whoever wins this will progress into the losers finals to face XO, and then whoever wins that, of course, will get the final remaining spot to progress into ESL Mobile Challenge season. So already a 2v2 scenario, as already Airplay just trying to survive as much as he can. Decided to turn back, but Cyclone with the majority of the map control, already FA with the center control and the 3-gem lead.
Man, I like that comp from FA quite a bit. Overall, there's just a lot of healing capabilities and sustain, but MJ is able to get a nice kill on the left-hand side. Won't be able to get those gems back, but to pull onto Boss, he does survive. Will be bringing those gems back. Darkum might not be quite as fortunate, but the heals are quick. And yeah, it is technically a triple healer setup here from FA, and honestly, I really like the sound of that.
Do as well as Darkham now, just sneak around the left-hand lane, but so is Boss. But look at it, he's got the 5 gems as well. It's a big risk, but it's a risk worth taking to try and make something happen here. And look at the damage we've actually taken. It's going to be a real struggle now. Still 5 apiece, with FA with the majority of the map control throughout this game in terms of possession, and now looking to try and get these flanks round. But the only thing Mummy needs to do now is just to make sure to hold that right lane, be a bit of a nuisance, distract some of his players and force the numbers in the left lane. But HK now looking to push up a little bit more with that Pam, keeps Darkham back, which means that Cyclone does take down Boss. They have all the gems in the world, and Bunker have a numbers disadvantage.
That's the countdown for FA. 10 seconds for Bunker to make a move, but with only Mommy Jordan left alive, that does not seem likely anymore. And FA, they take the first game. Wow, what a performance. I want to say especially from Cyclone. I feel like he played that Byron insanely well. Just so much value overall. And I think the creativity on their comp for this map is perfect. They go double healer with Tara that plays a heal star power as well. Just a lot of healing overall. But Tara also has that clutch factor, those pools. And it is a pool that turned around that game.
I don't think there was a single moment where I kind of felt like FA in terms of their map control, and nothing got out of hand. They seem to be well established in terms of controlling the situation. They knew what shenanigans Bunker Esports were getting up to, and still Bunker couldn't figure out a way on how on earth to try and take him down. There's a few risks made, a lot of risks actually, to add to the table, but still nothing could be done. And it's a bit of a worry now, because it makes you think, well, how are they going to adapt? How are they going to try and respond to this? And if FA can also keep up the momentum. But I will say that it wasn't the pure aggression and coordination we saw previously from FA, but still the teamwork was very good. They dictated the pace of the game right from the very beginning, and there wasn't one moment where I felt like Bunker could come back.
Yeah, it was really impressive, because at no point did I feel like FA was any lesser team. You know, upsets happen. Sometimes you turn around games, you clutch up, you win games you on paper shouldn't, but it didn't feel like that. It felt like a fairly even match where FA was the slightly stronger team, and that's just really impressive on there, and especially showing such signs of confidence and not backing down against teams like Bunker. But here we go with the next game. Gonna be keeping the same comp on the side of FA. Some slight adjustments for Bunker. Gonna be playing that Sandy. I like the idea of it quite a bit, but he's really low HP. He's gonna have to fall back for now. But honestly, against the Tara, it's a pretty good call.
I still can't believe how much FA have come out swinging in this set. Let's see if they can continue that trend here, as HK have to deal with a little bit with the shadows in that left lane, but still wants to be very aggressive with the pan. But it's going to be greeted by Boss, and that's the perfect execution there for HK, for the team FA to take him down, and now has to deal with Darker, but does get cleaned up, but it doesn't matter. It's given FA the map control, but it's so desperately required. And now Boss is going to have to try and back away a little bit. But as I said, the Airplay's trying to do some damage there, managed to stay alive, pulled back just in the nick of time, but it's going to be FA still with the map control and the gym advantage.
Boss already low HP, but the healing station is there. Now, still a bit of a gem advantage in favor of FA. Darkum trying to deal with HK, but here we go. Airplay got a kill mid, and that's the gems in the hands of FA. But look at that, so much damage. Mommy trying to steal away those gems, not successful though, but Boss is able to put an end to that countdown. And now Cyclone trying to find that trade onto Boss. Boss able to pull out of the fight, and the situation is fairly even with a little bit of a gem advantage in favor of FA, but Bunker, they do have a little bit more control.
They certainly do. Both Pams at it in the duel for the Sensei, and looks like HK is going to be the aggressor. He's been very aggressive actually from the very beginning, and he looks like he's not letting off the gas at all. But Darkham now's going to be sneaking his way in, but look at how damage he took in the process, so it's back and forth as neither player wants to give each other that advantage. And at least that way now with Bunker, in terms of the amount of gems they had, FA can't just pull back whilst getting the 10th gem, but I don't think it's even going to happen at all as they're just sticking together. But look at that, that was the perfect execution there. Darkham taking down Mommy as well, takes down Airplay. That's going to be a clean sweep. And my God, that's going to be Bunker Esports winning this game outright. And now we're all tied up in this first set.
Wow, what a pull there from Darkum, turning around that game completely. Once again, it did feel like FA were the better team for the most part, but this time around they did have the Tara, and they were able to pump off with it as well, getting that sweet double pull towards the end, stealing every single gem from FA and getting the win.
I'm trying to think who it was towards the end. Oh, this is the exact moment actually. So Darkham was actually behind them, and I was worried because if they clean up Darkham straight away, FA are just going to win that 3v2, and then they should basically win the set outright. But Darkham actually caused them a lot more trouble than I expected. Probably a lot more trouble than he should have been able to do. They let him get away with quite a lot as they got behind him. And I assumed that all three members would pull back and just win that 3v1 outright and wait for the other two members to come straight after. But that just wasn't the case at all. So Bunker are going to feel a little bit better now. Momentum will be swinging in their favour, as they're in a lot of trouble for most of that matchup.
Yeah, I feel like right now FA should probably go for the mirror matchup, swap out the Pam and go for the Sandy instead, and they can keep Byron mid. I love Byron. I think it's been working wonders for them, but I feel like the fact that Bunker has the advantage having Sandy versus Tara on the lane, where you can destroy all the shadows with one shot for the gadget, and overall just have a fairly good matchup. And on the other hand, you have a Pam which might struggle a bit more and feed the Tara super a little bit more. I feel like that's probably the swap they got to go for.
Yeah, these little changes they need to make in order to try and get an edge on this. I wonder how FA feels, especially after that. They were literally inches away from winning as well. Literally just had to take on Darkham behind him. But fair play to Darkham. He valued his life. He valued his life a lot more than I anticipated. I don't think it's more just on him. It's just the fact that all three members should have rectified that issue a lot earlier than they should have done. And if they did, we should be going to set 2 by now. And I kind of feel like FA probably feeling the same vibes as well come empties. But it's not going to happen though. We're still in the first set, all tied up. To find out now if Bunker can now try and retake this set into their hands and take the first set going into the next one. So I have to see what Bunker can do now to try and put a stop to this aggression they have done so far. FA though, a lot more map possession in comparison, but Bunker looked a lot better towards those dire moments in the last game. So let's see what FA can do here. Already coming in, flanking from both angles, but it looks like Bunker Esports are just trying to stand their ground. As Mommy now have to pull back. Both of them being taken down. Almost a clean sweep there as Boss just barely stays alive. But look at this. Airplay gagging to try and push on in and clean up. But he knows not going to happen. Just pull back, play safe, keep the map control, and just let them come to you.
Yeah, Sprout, I don't know. I kind of like it to a certain extent, but I feel like for the most part, it's going to be really, really tough with the amounts of heals that are available for FA. Oh, okay. That's interesting for the least, because now they have every single gem, and they're 3 gems away from a countdown. Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. It thinks how a situation completely turned on its head there, but Airplay has been cleaned up now. Boss is just waiting for that last gem, also gets a clean up as well. And now FA have no choice but to wait, but they've only got one opportunity now to take Bunker down. This is the Bunker we expected, not just on paper, but just in general in this matchup. And already back and forth here on the top lane. Mommy been taken down as well. Boss takes another one. That's going to be a clean sweep once again. Exactly what should have happened, really, let's be honest, earlier on. But Bunker will be the ones to win in dominating fashion in this last game of the set. And looks like Bunker Esports scrapes on by and now takes us to a set number 2. So 1-0 lead for Bunker. And I will say, FA, that's probably killed their morale a little bit here, especially in that last game.
Yeah, you know, I feel like at this point, it's really tough to lose a set like this for FA, because they were hopefully there. You know, they started off with the first game in the bag pretty convincingly as well. And then you start to think, okay, we can win this matchup. We're in a pretty good place. And then this happens. You get reverse swept in that first set. You lose that control. And when you're the underdog, that's some mistakes you can't afford to let happen, because Bunker, they're not going to be giving them games here and there. If they give you a game, you got to capitalize on it and secure that set.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult now for FA. They're on the back foot, needs to create a reverse sweep here to try and continue their road in the lower bracket. If not, it will be Bunker versus EXO in the loser bracket finals for that final spot. But yeah, it was a little bit strange because they still played the same. I always feel like they have the better start strats in terms of implication they like to cause for Bunker. We've seen it time and time again, but it's the consistency during the later stages where Bunker starts to excel. I kind of feel like the last 2 games, the longer the games drag on, the more Bunker tries to figure out exactly what mischief FA are going to be up to, and then manage to work their way to try and tackle them down, which they have done both times. So, but at least the map's completely changed this time around, and see if FA can feel fresh and reset their mindset coming into this next matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a big set now for FA. They're going to have to give it their all in Bunker now. They build up a little bit of momentum, just coming back from 2 games, 1 in a row. Going to be happy to turn around that first set as well. And on FA, a lot more salty, a lot more reserved about this, right? It's going to be a tough second set. We'll see if they can make something happen there, but they'll pretty much have to. Otherwise, it's bye-bye for the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Exactly. Good night, Vienna. That's the last of you, I'm afraid. But yeah, they've had a good run so far, and you know, this is where there's a chance it could end. We say that one of the top teams can put a stop to this kind of aggressive attitude towards some of their opponents. And Bunker, it took just 1 game to go, well, we know what to do to sort you out, then that's fine. And it only takes another set now to see, because as long as they come in the gate strong like every single time, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Their start strategy seems to be pretty good. They seem to have a lot of confidence with their individual abilities in terms of their aim, their initiative, what they want to do in terms of their plan of action, because they're quite quick on the mark. The only problem is it's the patience from Bunker to figure out what kind of plan of action they're going to bring to the table each and every time, and they seem to work them out across the set, and it's going to be very tough. It depends on if they do it again, but if Bunker takes his first game, I reckon their mindset may just go straight down the toilet, and that's going to be the end of them. Hopefully not though, but it looks like on paper it seems to be working out fine for Bunker.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, once you take that first set, not only do you have the advantage in the scoreboard, you also just carry out that momentum, the positive attitude as well. And sometimes that can be even more important than anything else. The super comes through from Darkum, does connect on HK. That's the kill. Cyclone in a world of trouble, and there's no stopping that Frank now. Bunker Rock was a goal only 15 seconds in.
No mucking around at all here, Teddy. So far, Bunker looking fresh, looking good right from the get-go. And Frank now, what's he going to do here? He's actually just going to stay in the middle, but one of the players have found him. It's actually Cyclone who finds him in the end, tackles him down, has did a lot of damage to him. But look at this, Mommy could actually try and flank him around to the left side, but he's not going to make it in time. But it looks like HK was able to get there just in the moment where on the respawn managed to push in onto the goal line. But we knew there was a good chance it was going to get stopped at some point. It's just a matter of how and when. But Darkum's going to try and back away just a little bit. Actually, he's going to stand his ground, but HK does clean him up beautifully there. Trades coming back and forth. And now Boss has to deal with HK still continuing the aggression on both Mommy and Boss.
Yeah, I love how HK is just not backing out of that fight whatsoever. He's just staying there. He's going to get a kill out of it, to be fair. Started off as a 1v2. He's going to be happy about that. Boss is there with the trade now, leaving us on a 2-on-2. The stun from Darkum connects. Should be an elimination on airplay, but never mind. He makes it out alive ever so barely. And FA have a chance to build something up. But that max super, I mean, if no one is using it, it's not really going to do all that much. HK does get stunned, has the shield to tank for most of that damage, will end up going down to Boss. Now we have a 3 versus 2 and a chance for Bunker to get to match point.
Yeah, they're just struggling the aggression with Bunker now. Airplay, I must say, one of the very few players I've seen so far in these planes. It values his life so well. Knows exactly when to pull back, be defensive and be able to take advantage in another situation. But he's going to be pushing on here to see if he can sneak through, but he will not be able to. Just way too many people on that goal line, just making sure it doesn't go past. And looks like HK will get cleaned up as well. So this is going to be a perfect opportunity, not to score, but just to regain map control, get ready for the next bout. But the problem is, if the respawn cycle continues like this, eventually FA will get picked apart, as they did. And Bunker now, it's going to be match point for them until they go into that losers finals.
Man, I was seeing that Frank, I knew he was going to try to walk it in. I was like, there's no way he walks it in. And he barely did, but ever so barely. But that's also what makes up those top players, you know? They're able to recognize and spot those opportunities, even if they look very slim. If they're right, I mean, they're right. And that's going to be match point coming up now for Bunker. And Brawl looked much more convincing than Gem Grab for them. And that goes a long way since Bunker won Gem Grab.
Yeah, it's like the first set never even happens. That match was just so quick, and it was just, again, another game now for Bunker this time around, but I felt like it wasn't really too much out of control. I do feel like the panic button was initiated on a couple of times. A couple of desperate goals tried to be given from the side of FA, and you saw it from Airplay as well, which is quite weird because I've been saying how great it's been valuing his life, and survival rate's been very good across the board, but I think he just tried to take some major risks where there was a low chance for him to even be able to score a couple of those goals, but just try to take it anyway, or hopefully he can find a little exploit. But no, Bunker was well aware of the shenanigans they were going to get up to. But let's see what's going to happen anyway. This is going to be match point for Bunker. If they win this, they will go to the lower bracket final. If not, we will go to potential set number 3 if FA win these next couple of games. So let's see if the goal will be as quick as it was from Bunker. Listen, it won't be this time round, but they're still trying to put the pressure onto Bunker. But already Airplay's taking a huge amount of damage with that Frank.
Well, look at Darkum. Oh, I was going to say, almost an opportunity there to score on the right-hand side, but HK respawned in time very comfortably, actually. HK, only member left alive for FA, and not for long. Respawns are coming true, but the positioning is impeccable here for Bunker. And sooner or later, if FA are not able to get through that push from Bunker, put an end to it, it's going to be a goal for Bunker. But so far, some good distracting from FA's, stalling and buying some time.
I must say, Boss is doing absolute work here, just abusing the speed on the max, just to get so much damage done and just keep the distraction flowing for FA. And HK now just on the brink of death. He has been taken down by Boss eventually. But this, I mean, he is here then everywhere. He's been a real pain in the backside. Boss finally been cleaned up by by Airplay. It took a bit of time, but got there in the end, just leaving that ball on the right-hand side, just until they know they got full control, because they haven't got the numbers. Just waiting for Boss to respawn, but as Boss actually rejoin with the rest of the fray, Cyclone gets taken down. This is their moment.
Yeah, this is their chance, and that should be the goal as well. Nice composure, airplay, keeping that super for the next opportunity. Might go for it soon enough here, but so far there's a lot of information denial. As that bunker utilizing that bush quite well. Nice bounce for Darkum, finds the 1 kill. HK is next on the airplay, left alive. Has to go for a play, but it's not meant to be. And now we're all tied up in this game. The big difference is that bunker, they're at match point.
Plus, that shot was clean with the clean sweep as well. I understand Airplay wanted to pull back on the goal line just to recover, but also stop them from even making the attempt to score, but just caught with his trousers down at one stage. Was actually attacked a little bit more, then got cleaned up. But Airplay does get the first initial kill from this kickoff. And already now, Boss and Dark are just trying to keep him at bay, but Boss needs to just abuse his speed just to keep that flank back, but also do a fair amount of damage across the board. But Airplay now just knows he needs to try and make the push eventually. But I do feel like in terms of this going into overtime as well, FA don't really have the advantage. It's more going to be in towards Bunker, but look at that, just goes past. And oh my God, it's just barely off the line. We'll pick it up though, and my God, if that went across, Bunker would have been kicking themselves, and the game now is going to continue. But as I say that though, will he be able to pass it? Will Cyclone be able to get it in? No, he does not, but God, surely this will be it. What? What on earth happened there? Jesus Christ, as FA do manage to keep themselves in it, all tied up in this set. And it just should have been Bunkers from the very beginning of the after that second goal. That was just absolute madness here, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, this is where opportunities arise, though. Because now, sure, it's still match point for Bunker, but FA, they're just a game away from tying things up, forgetting about some of those messy games and pushing things to set 3. And then things get really interesting. Now, they're not there just yet. There's still that match point for Bunker. They can close this out this next game, and this should have been a goal, to be fair. He had time to walk just, you know, a centimeter further and score it in, but at least he made up for it afterwards. But that would have been a heartbreaking way to lose that game and match if they lost there.
God, it would have been. Yeah, the problem was FA didn't really have the composition to work with in overtime. I could have felt like it just would have been a matter of time for Bunker. So they've got the range, they've got the comp to work with it and just abuse that. It makes perfect sense. But the fact that they were able to... Okay, yeah, sure, then off the ball was on the line. That's not the point. The point is that even though they didn't score it, it gave the chance of FA to push on up very aggressively and actually give Frank a motive there to actually make something happen. Because the only thing he could have done in that situation, maybe during overtime, was just due to the fact that he would be tanking a lot of damage and then Bane switching with his teammates. That's really all he could have done. Doesn't really have much range and of course the movement speed either. So that was definitely a great way to try and execute that and be able to keep Bunker on their toes. So, okay, I was going to say that now we've got the lower bracket finals coming up next, but we have not. We're still all tied up here between the pair. FA still looking for their first set, but they could do now. Momentum's heavily in their favour after that last bout, and now we're going to see what they could do now, as I'm sure FA will be feeling themselves once again, considering what happened in that last match.
Darkham almost snatching that kill. But look at that, with movement speed. I don't know if they can stop Airplay. He's going to go for the stun.
Oh my God.
Yep, that's a goal. What pace here from FA to score only 30 seconds into that game.
Deary me, looks like Bunker in a world of trouble here as they're just riding this momentum once again. Relying on their initiative and just the pure aggression alone. But Boss takes down Cyclone. Cyclone got a little bit overzealous there, which can happen if you get a tad bit too excited. But Airplay does manage to stop it though, puts the ball into the corner just to delay things a little bit more. But in the end though, Darkham does get taken down by HK, and now Mommy now just trying to pull back, but also trying to do some damage onto Cyclone. But both these members of FA are so weak. They're trying waiting for the third player to come on up on the respawn, but doesn't seem to be the case. As HK now just be passing downwards. He's going to have a fight with Darkham. Needs to pull back, which he has done. And Airplay now just going to see if he can try and swoop in.
He tried a self-pass, didn't quite work out, but still,
wow!
The shot in the corner, and that's going to be FA pushing things to a third and final set. My awards, they definitely made a match out of this one.
They really have done. I thought they were done after the third game of the first set because they just didn't seem like the same team. I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be in a bit of trouble with Bunker with that within 15-second goal. of this first game of the second set, but FA shown some life once again, back on the server. Welcome back, FA. We was a little bit worried about you, assuming that Bunker was just going to speed run through into the lower bracket final, but I love to see it as well. Just, it's a shame that like the more of a momentum-based team, but I don't mind that at all in the slightest. They love to create these organised chaotic situations here. We've seen it time and time again. Still a little bit lucky early on, especially being able to use that Frank to his advantage in that second game, especially getting that goal on the line, which was a little bit of a shame. But now we'll take us to a third and final set here, and whoever wins this set is going to move on to that loser bracket final.
Yeah, dude, this match, I mean, even though on paper I still feel like Bunker should have a pretty safe semi-final here, FA definitely giving them a run for their money. And we warned you guys as well that they might, because they had a nice upset against Frutas earlier as well. Definitely keeping it up. And in the end, no matter what, I think they're going to be pretty happy about their day, even if they were to lose here in the third set, just because they had a nice upset win. And even if they get a 2-1 loss against Bunker, I mean, we're talking Bunker, number 4 in the ranking in the EMEA Brawl Stars Championship. That's nothing that you have to be disappointed with.
We haven't even heard of these guys as well. They just come up at the woodwork and go, we don't really care who on earth we're playing against. We're just going to do the best we can and bring our A game. And that's exactly what they've done. The only thing I'm worried about now is the fact that if Bunker give the first game to them in this set, this is where it could be curtains for Bunker, just due to the fact that FA are going to feel like, well, actually, as well as just thinking we could struggle against them, we could actually take them down and move on against XO in the lower bracket final. And then XO need to deal with this catastrophe of a matchup and then have to try and stop FA as well. And even if they make it to challenge, that will just, I don't know, it'll just be ridiculous to say, well, this, wouldn't it? And yeah, definitely a Cinderella story. I think it's the best analogy to make up there. So if you're just joining us here, we're just in the losers semi-bracket final. Losers semi-final here between Bunker and FA. It's the third set, for final set in this matchup to determine who will make it into the loser bracket finals for a spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And I must have been very impressed so far from FA in the first set. Bunker in the first set. Second set, it's been hit and miss, but FA really showing their true form here. And now we can work out exactly what they can do here. A lot more strategical elements here, especially in this matchup, and we can see what FA can do differently here in comparison to the first two sets.
All right, Blue Star lead in favor of Bunker. The comms are a mere matchup. Boss barely makes it out of the live. That was a very close goal, but that super actually goes a long way. Not only can he retreat, he can remove those bushes and make sure that if anyone sneaks up on the left-hand side, they'll have information. A bit of a stalemate so far, as FA not so sure how to react just yet.
Yeah, of course, Bunker do have that blue star, so at some point in this next 45 seconds, FA will need to make that push in Boss's feeling. It does find one in the end, so they managed to get the second, and that's going to be Bunker with the 5-star lead. This is going to be looking really tough here for FA. I did mention that they can't really give FA in this first game because the momentum will be heavily in their favour. But already HK taking a lot of damage in the process. They can't really take this fight, and kind of feel like now Airplay knows that they need to pull back. This is going to be even worse now. Airplay does take down Mommy in the end, but Mommy does get traded out. Darkham takes down Airplay in the end. 15 seconds left. It's going to be trouble now for FA.
My words, strong statement here from Bunker, as Boss flies away to safety with those 5 stars he secured. Definitely a bit of a Piper pop-off for him. What a performance and what a turnaround after those 2 tough losses in Brawl Ball. Wow, match point once more, and this is where it gets really weird, really heartbreaking, and where we have a huge momentum stop, because you go from an amazing comeback in Brawl Ball, you're already, you know, your opponents have 2 match points. You win both games, you keep the fight up, and then first game of the third set, and then suddenly it's already a match point again for your opponents.
If there was a map to control the aggression as well, or the attitude of some of the players, I think this is definitely the one as well. Bunker with the blue star knew that at some point they will have to make that push, but even then though, the style of play from FA is not what we normally used to, not really what we've seen, especially over the last few series, which is a bit uncharacteristic from them. They're probably going to have a bit of a chat and then discuss exactly what needs to be done, because there's a few more elements of strategy in this matchup in comparison to what we've seen in a few of the previous sets. And I think they've realised that now. Maybe they need to be the ones to get that blue star early to then decide exactly what to do straight after. Maybe to fake a push, fake the aggression, just make them think that they're going to push out at some stage. There's a lot to it than what meets the eye, and we have to see now because Bunker, once again, are going to be at match point. We're going to that lower bracket final. We'll have to see. As already, it seems like FA are going to be the ones to get that blue star. I think you can see Cyclo's been a little bit more cautious with the blue star as well. He's not really too sure, just trying to bait them out in terms of their positioning. But Airplay takes down Mommy in the end, and this is going to be a great start here for FA. This is exactly what they were looking for.
2 nice kills, and honestly, I love how much respect they give to Bunker, and they didn't even get that blue star. They were close enough, but they knew that if they overextend, that's the one moment where you get hit by the boss, and where he goes for the homemade recipes and takes you down. The problem now is that blue star was picked up by boss, as well as a kill, and suddenly Bunker, they have the lead.
And most of the bushes in terms of the map as well has been shown up and been revealed, which does mean that they can't really prepare for too many flank attacks. But when are they going to push up though? They've still got a minute left remaining, so they still have plenty of time. I don't need really to push in their favor, but HK gets a sneaky attack there onto boss and cleans him up, and it means that FA also have that blue star, which is going to be vital in these dire moments. But look at this though, the entire squad of Bunker in sync, just trying to push on up, but they now know that there's 40 seconds left. Just wait for a little bit, just do a tickle of damage on a couple of your players and then push on up. But Airplay didn't really want to muck around there, did get the trade out. And still though, Bunker needs to try and find out, or try and figure out a way to close this gap from the 4-star lead.
4 stars is definitely not going to be easy. No one is holding 4 stars on FA's side, so they'll definitely need 2 kills. And here we have some trades, but in the end, I mean, it's still a 3-4-1 in favor of FA, leading by 8 stars. Darkum, low HP, and this doesn't look very feasible anymore. 1 more second, and there you have it. Double match points is on the menu for this matchup, and I honestly did not expect that to happen in this game.
Nah, I didn't either. I was talking about the elements of strategy you can use on that map, and you can see that Bunker could 2-overset, but yeah, I was a little bit wrong, just a little bit. But yeah, you can see there, you know, what was it going to be now? The 4th match point for Bunker? Like, they've had quite a few chances now to try and end this, but they've just not been able to. It's just every time they try and close it out, FA just come down knocking on the door every time. But what you noted as well as I did, is the fact that they baited that blue star the entire time. They were looking for the kills rather than backing that blue star straight away. They knew at some point Bunker would make that push, but I don't think they knew that they were going to expect that bait, and I don't think Bunker did either. They just weren't really too sure, just got a little bit overzealous and did kind of fall for it here. But here we go, final game, final set of this matchup. 4th match points here for Bunker. Are they finally going to close it out, or are FA, the underdogs here, going to be able to get this set closed out and the match closed out as well to move into lower bracket final? But already FA have the blue star and a 4-star lead, Teddy.
Yeah, that's a really sweet position. Got a little bit dangerous there. Cyclone almost went down. That would have tied things up star-wise. They would have kept the lead because of the blue star, but a little bit dangerous. Does make it out alive, and at this level of play, you just expect them to be able to Piper super as soon as they take any damage. Did so very well. Now it's going to be quite difficult. There is that spot on the left-hand side where there are still bushes and possibilities for them to sneak up, but that mine is going to remove most of that. Mommy gets pulled, gets taken out, and that's now 6 stars in favor of FA.
Bunker on the brink of elimination here, but at least gives himself a little bit of leeway with boss taking down one of the members of FA, down by 4 stars. 30 seconds left. Looks like this is going to be the initial push they're looking for so far, as HK is taking a bit of damage, but Airplay comes around the left-hand side, takes down 1, and look at this, Donkum's also being cleaned up as well. Mommy's literally the last person left standing for Bunker. He also gets cleaned up here, Teddy. 11-star lead. Surely this is going to be curtains here for Bunker, up by 11 stars. Now Darkum and Boss need to push now, as Mommy's way too far behind. I think they've assumed already they're going to lose this, but will it be able to though? Still with that 11-star lead, 3 seconds left remaining. The push is coming on now. Will it be able to? No, they do not, as FA managed to win this matchup from a heavy deficit in the second set and managed to take down Bunker Rock Esports. Who would have thought it?
Man, what a match that was. 4 match points for Bunker, 4 losses. the full-on reverse sweep here from FA as the underdog team. Now that's something.
It certainly is. Yeah, you couldn't make this up if you tried. Airplay, I must say, was in a lot of unorthodox positions, plenty of times in the left lane, and Bunker probably assumed a few times he can't still be there, can't be playing in the same location last time, but he did. He just fooled him on a few times, and a lot of confidence there from him, great individual skill. And it looks like Bunker, the team are also forthcoming in the BSC. It's been knocked out of the competition, sadly, but it does mean that will EXO be able to stop them, or will FA be able to ride this wave and go into the ESL Mobile Challenge? I don't know what you think, Teddy.
Man, I mean, on paper, I can't be against EXO on this matchup, right? I feel like EXO, they should have what it takes to take this quite comfortably on paper. But we've seen today that paper is not worth all that much these days, because we got quite a couple of surprises. Frutas got surprised, Bunker got surprised, now big time. Man, I don't know anymore, man. I really don't. I mean, if any team can pull off this upset, it's gonna be FA, so I'd love to see that happening.
Yeah, and this is of course your final cast. Always been a pleasure casting with you again. It's been nice, you know. It's been so many months, and nice to cast with you again as always. And have a pleasure. Sorry, I have a pleasure having you on board as well. But we only got one more matchup now, guys, at home. The lower bracket final between EXO and FA. No one would have guessed it or predicted it, but it's going to be happening. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars, as we've already got 7 qualified teams looking for 1 remaining spot between the likes of EXO and FA. FA just came out of nowhere pretty much. They've created a Cinderella story from losers round 1. They've taken out quite a few teams here to make it thus far. And speaking of that though, we're just going to go through this lower bracket quickly before we get the match underway. So as you can see already on the lower bracket, we had a staff against the ex-Noble Elite roster who were competing in Challenge last season, now been taken out. Taking down Bunker Rock Esports, definitely not something we even anticipated in the slightest, because on paper they should have taken them down, but the momentum worked in their favour. Definitely found some signs of life in that final set to get FA into the lower bracket finals. But now EXO, it's their turn to try and to come up to the challenge and try and take them down here. But it's going to be a tough call here for FA. I've said it in every single match they've been in so far, and yeah, I should probably stop repeating myself so many times today for FFA.
I mean, mate, we've had it all today. We've had it all. I've got to say, you know, FA being a British team, I mean, I'm rooting for the Brits. I've got to root for the Brits. They're undefeated right now, which is honestly quite incredible. And like you rightly said, you know, like taking down Bunker, no easy feat. But no, EXO free agents again are this is a David and Goliath story. It really is. Can FA go all the way? Will EXO free agents shut this idea down? They've undoubtedly been looking from the sidelines, you know, making their notes on this. I saw Kirsten in the Twitch chat, you know, just calling out Cyclone's plays. So I guess that is a player that he's got his eye on for sure. But honestly, Airplay as well today's been doing great. HK with all the heals that he's been giving his team as well, keeping everyone in the mix. I don't know which way this is going to go. On paper, yes, EXO free agents should have the edge, but FA today have just performed phenomenally well.
Oh my god, and I just saw the map lineup as well. So we've got Factory Rush, Purple Paradises made an appearance, and then we do have Hot Potato for some heist later on. But even in terms of the Brawler Bands arc, tell me what you think. But also, before I say that, I'm going to say that echo what you mentioned earlier with FA. It's the fact that it's once in a blue moon you see a team like this come into action, and it's nice to see something like this happen again, because let's be real here, I don't think we normally get a normal day of playing ever, do we?
Yeah, exactly that. And again, you know, you just can't underestimate any team in this competition. There's far too much skill around, and players, they will fight so hard through, you know, now to get it. Ash, Sprout, Ash, and Poco. I mean, you know, banning Ash today has been the flavor, and I'm sure it will continue on until we see enough. You know, I'm still curious about the Sprout pick. You know, from EXO free agents. You know, spoiler alert, probably going to ask that question if they win, as to what their kind of thought process was behind it, because it just seems to be the consistent ban. I assume maybe just a product which they just don't want to go off and be faced up against. It can slow the pace of the game down quite considerably. But you know, Factory Rush, very long range affair. You know, we're going to be seeing like tons of pipers and bells and various other ideas to keep those ranges long. I think, you know, Brock as well is one that we can't underestimate. In that respect, Purple Paradise, so open space as well. So this is really going to come down to the sharpshooters.
Yeah, it's very tough to call, you know, talk about the win conditions quite a few times. And in terms of predictions as well, like, you know, again, we can say on paper EXO, like, you know, because I'm sure we did it with Bunker earlier and we just got written off entirely by FA's performance in that last series. But it just makes you wonder what else could really they could bring to the table here, because we know how good EXO are anyway. And I could talk about stamina as well, but they both started off in losers round 1. The only difference is the fact that EXO have more experience across the board in terms of their mental state coming into this matchup. They've had a little bit of a break as well in between these matches. So whilst they won their losers semis, they've just been chilling and waiting for this matchup to occur. But I'm sure EXO have been watching that last matchup against Bunker to see exactly what they've been up to, what shenanigans they've been getting up to, what mischief they've seen across the board. And now they've got to try and at least try and make this happen, because it's not exactly like a best of 5, is it? Because normally the better team does normally come out on top on a best of 5, but this is a best of 3, and you've also got Purple Paradise as the second map as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of those things where, yeah, you know, what I was going back to saying was about the sharpshooters being the key here. It might not be. You know, FA shown today that they like those tanky comps. They like the heals coming in. Byron is not banned. So, you know, that was what, you know, really was the main theme of their matchup against Fructus was going in with those big beefy brawlers with the Frank pick with Byron heals. I think that's something that ex-Fridges have got to be aware of. They've got to be keeping that one in mind. And like you say, I think they've been looking from the sidelines and just kind of looking at, okay, what does this team like to play? What can we be expecting here and that side of things? Are they going to go in with something like a really big tanky idea in Factory Rush? It would be very daring. It's a very open space map, but ultimately, you know, with brawlers like Pam as well. You know, she's pretty tanky. Let's not like forget having that healing station down can be a great deterrent of Pipers and such. You know, one thing about extra free agents is they do have some Bentley here is a big marksman in that respect. So what is the strategy going to be? I'm really curious to see teams going in, so as soon as find out.
Who would have thought it, eh? It's not going to be Bunker versus EXO. It's going to be FA versus EXO. And then we're going to find out what FA can bring here. They've really shown some life on the server in all these matches, all these games. A few slip-ups along the way, a few weaknesses, but we'll see. Airplay already just continuing what he does best. Taking out the first player. Actually taking down some Bentley as well, but finally Ruby is able to take down Airplay after all that, managed to get the trading with the mortars, but HK cleans up Ruby, and that's going to be the bot in favor of FA. What a great start.
Yeah, somebody has on the mark. He'll be looking to connect that with the bot. There it is, straight away. That should shred things down, but I do like the positioning there of HK. Continuing the pressure again on the left-hand side with Airplay. So, you know, he's actually going to get a bit of damage on this right-hand side as well. Why he's not really able to contest it. The bot is going to connect as well. And the follow-up super is there. You know, FA made a very small and feeble-looking bot actually carry some weight.
Yeah, apologies, I just clocked on that Ruby was cursed. Never mind, I'll stop pulling that.
Yeah.
Everyone changing their names. It's just great, just great. But yeah, so far so good now for FA with that slight advantage in turn. Now it's down to 69%. But there's a massive ruckus going on that left-hand side. Looks like Airplay managed to win that bout. Sorry, Airplay with that left-hand side. And look at this, so why they just try to keep them back? Will be a tied siege here. So this next spot is going to be so crucial, as it will be the final one. And now YD just making sure to try and stay alive in the center. But HK again doing against some Bentley. Cyclone takes down YDE as Curse is in a bit of trouble here, but pushes in with the mortars. But Airplay takes them down. So Cyclone does, with Airplay supporting it.
Yeah, Curse really needed to get a super at the end of that. I thought he had one lined up. I thought that was the plan, but it wasn't until the bounce of Castle Gadget from Airplay for the hills. And after that, it was all said and done. Now, EXO free agents are going to have to really fight for this mid, but I just feel like the deficit is too much. And this will be a really disastrous start. It's going to mean they're going to be on the back foot here. The damage is already dealt to their own Ike, and they're not going to get this push. Nothing is going to be able to stop the wave that is going to be coming in, and it's going to be surely a 20 bot at that. There's nothing they can do. Curse knows it. What are you going to do as Mortars on defense? There's nothing you can do about this coming in, and they're going to have to really up their socks going into this next matchup, because this one is all over.
Yeah, it's a huge rip here for EXO. I didn't think that FA would come in with a commanding lead, winning this game in the first set, and yeah, level 21 bot. Yeah, have fun with that. Not going to happen at all, and so of course it was the last one anyway. But good control, dictating the pace, showing the tempo. Didn't really feel like there was any times where things got a tad out of hand at all. And every time they were in a duel, they were winning these duels every single time. The individual skill in this team is remarkable, and it's a real spectacle to watch here. And EXO must be scratching heads thinking, well, okay, still early days as of yet. Let's see what we could do in the second game to try and adapt. But I'm actually, didn't think I'd be saying this, but I'm a little bit worried for EXO.
A little bit. I mean, again, like, you know, with best of threes, it can be really quite brutal. And just the first game is actually an incredibly important one. It sets the pace, and generally, you know, like, you know, EXO now have got to make some big changes. I think that maybe one could be taking Mortis out and putting Buzz in. I mean, Buzz has got great ability to cycle here. Some control as well. You know, something like Barley could be great. The aggression wasn't working. That's what you kind of need to take away from that. You know, Stu and Mortis are really fast, aggressive brawlers to have. That didn't seem to deter FA. You know, they've got a lot of range. They seem to like that. So having something to close the gap, Primo could be a good shot there in that respect as well. So there are options here to change. I just wonder whether we're going to see any of it. Not from the side, except Curse going towards the Colonel Ruffs. That is going to be the only change as well, with the spike on the other side of the field on FA for HK. I do like both of those changes. Ruffs, I'm not too sure about myself, but we shall see. Whitey already struggling a little bit on this left-hand side lane, but this first bolt is so crucially important to bank, and something very, very slow. And actually, it's going to be a tie for the first round because no one banked anything at all. But now the lanes are cleared up, and EXO have full control.
Yeah, EXO looking 10 times better compared to that last game. HK trying to push up in that right-hand side, but Curse having a little bit of trouble there, but does do a little bit of damage. But HK is actually doing a lot of work onto Curse, a lot more than I even anticipated. Cyclone takes on some Bentley in the meantime, with YD having to try and hold on to that left lane, but Airplay again just being a real nuisance here. Oh, some Bentley actually crashes on in, takes down HK. Airplay takes down YDE. and Airplay is very, very weak, valuing his life once again. As now Curse gets cleaned up, so Bentley's one needs to back off from that right lane. But look at the bolt advantage though, it will go to XO, so even if they lose map control here, they can regain it after the bot pushes towards FA.
Level 9 coming in, but that's gonna be a level 8 guaranteed, I think, after the main level 9 actually after Cyclone banks this one. So that's actually a commendable lead. And EXO are gonna have to bank every single bolt, and very quickly when they spawn to be able to get a commanding push off the back of the next one. It's gonna be very close if they can even do that. Wiley's so low as well. Cyclone feels that, goes for the shot. It's going to be a decent amount of damage, but again, EXO have got to now hold this mid, and firmly so, because any bolts given, that one of the left Airplay is going to make it a level 10 if he banks it. So this is going to be really, really bad if EXO don't do something, and do something now.
Yeah, I was going to say, what, there's like 9 or 10 bolts available straight after the bot's done and dusted, and that's not even going to happen now. FA are just cleaning these bolts up. Pretty much like a Henry Hoover now, and as you can see there, Airplay just in that left lane, just holding control, not really being overzealous, not really being, you know, overly aggressive, just standing this ground, waiting for this bot to come here, and this is a beefy boy here. Look at the speed he's going at now, going straight towards EXO, but how well can they defend it? But it doesn't even matter, because EXO are going to try and do their best, but FA just going to jump on it anyway. Doesn't even matter, as FA, in clean fashion, win the first set of this series.
Yeah, and you know, we've been saying it all day. Today's been nothing but upsets, underdog victories, and stories, and that is a good way to start. Well, I'm not going to say start the day for FA, because we're almost coming to the end of it, but a good way to potentially end it. They keep on like this. Exit free agents now going in to Purple Paradise. They're going to have to slow the pace of that one massively, so, because they're behind. They are behind here, and yeah, Purple Paradise has no cover. It's going to be all about the range, and that was kind of what FA were going with in that instance. They were winning with the range. They were able to take care of some Bentley. They were able to take care of the left-hand side of the Rico. I am now worried for EXO free agents. They may not be able to recover from this.
I'm even more worried, but EXO don't look individually as good as FA. And if ever it's going to be Purple Paradise, where it's more about fundamentals, mechanics, and the coordination and push against your opponents on just a completely flat surface map, I don't know what they can do here. This is probably the last map they would want to approach on coming from behind in this series. And FA, again, the momentum wave is still going to carry on riding. I still can't believe this. Honestly, I really can't. You don't really see this often. It is once in the blue moon, and I'm sure FA will be gaining a few fans at this moment in time, just seeing how well they've been playing, because it's not really been a clear fluke either. It's not like they've been aggressive, and, you know, made a few slip-ups along the way. If you really look deep down at some of the things they're doing with Airplay, with his valuing his life every single time, the teamwork they, in terms of their reaction to their call-outs as well, even their position, it's been nothing short of sort of spectacular, and it's just remarkable to see such great players here from FA. Definitely not something we even spoke about before, because we was actually casting a game between FA and Frutas, and I was like, well, I'm not going to say anything until I see what FA can bring to the table, and yeah, we're still talking about them now in the lower bracket final. So, but definitely pulled their finger out to do the absolute best in this lower bracket. Now they're here in the final, and now one set away from reaching their ESL Mobile Challenge spot.
Well, one thing I've got to say about EXO free agents is that, having watched them on Purple Paradise, they do very well. They're very good at keeping composed, but they're going to have to make sure the scoreline reflects that same idea. The peep coming in, and someone's going to have to tank this. It's going to be gaining momentum. Oh, Curse takes it to the face, and the HP roller was so low, taken swiftly care of. Lisa in their favor with the help of the Blue Stars. Some Bentley with a nice homemade recipe does connect. That forces everyone back, but ultimately now the peeps keep coming in. Wiley's the next victim of that, and that is now the lead in favor of FA.
Anything we can say for EXO, that they do have that blue star if it's a tied game, depending on the circumstances. Wiley's taking a little bit of damage, but so is HK, but HK just continue with the aggression. Oh, actually gets cleaned up there by Cursed, and now have that 2-star lead, but still early days as of yet. Still a minute left remaining. Let's get just jumping in some of the action to regain with the rest of the fray after that death. But Cyclone gets cleaned up by some Bentley. But I must say, Cyclone had a really good aim in terms of projectile, in terms of attacks he was using earlier on at the start. But now he's got to be careful with some Bentley in terms of the shenanigans he's going to be up to. And now you see some Bentley's actually taking a fair amount of damage. He's going to back off a little bit just so he can play support, but also recover at the same time. But Cyclone does take them wide DE, and EXO are only up by 2 stars.
I'm amazed at why he went down in that position because HK and Cyclone was so low. The one tiny gene shot here or there, and that would have been enough. But now the lead's gone away, and just as quickly as that, you know, this is not going well. I mean, the Byron is doing so much to heal everyone up as well. I just don't see how XFH is going to be able to do this in the final moment. Cyclone so low as well. That'll be enough. Surely those stars there waiting to be crossed.
Oh,
Can Whitey get in the jump? No, it's not going to be enough. And FA move on to match point.
To be fair though, if the Cyclone's Piper was taken down, HK already got the trade on someone else anyway, so they still would have won. But yeah, if HK didn't get that last kill, then we don't know what could have happened. I think HK took a risk there because he knew that Cyclone was in a world of trouble. But obviously, using Piper's super anyway to pull back, but I just can't believe it. FA are now match point. They haven't dropped a single game in this series. And of course, this is going to be a best of 3. So will EXO also fumble against FA here as well as Bunker Esports? So can they even come back in this? They are pretty good at Purple Paradise themselves. We've seen it time and time again in their previous matches, but this time round, FA just looking really solid.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, EXO free agents made some great plays. Like, if you go back through, there was a ton of moments there when, you know, a lot of FA were very, very low. I mean, they were so aware of their range to stay out of those shots. It was like pixels, literally pixels separating them. So, I mean, going into this next matchup, though, like, they need the full reverse sweep. EXO they require a total reverse sweep. So the amount of composure that's going to be needed for this one, I'm surprised they didn't bring in the Baron themselves, but ultimately they did have the lead for the majority of that game. They were able to keep control for a lot of that game. So this time round, they're just going to try and do the same again.
Oh, they can smell victory here, just one game away. And this is where they need to do it. If they don't, then EXO will have the momentum. They're going to feel like there's a way back in this matchup, and they can't really give them that. But the main thing is for EXO now in this game is the fact that they do have that blue star. But as I said, that those Cyclones taking down Sun Bentley there, and YD are just trying to back away, but also just trying to continue that aggression. FA just don't have a stop button here, Ark.
We have to rely on these peeps. Honestly, one's coming in right now, but on both sides of the coin, there was the takedown, which is why we didn't see the peep, I think, or there was a return to send a pop on the other side of things from HK. Either way you look at it, there's another takedown from Cyclone, who's just continuing to pop off right now. And, you know, EXO are back on the ropes with 1 minute remaining. They're going to have to bring in all the assaults. Whitey goes in on an absolute tear, but it only serves to extend the lead in favor of FA.
I can't believe this is happening. 50 seconds left. EXO need to find 6 stars. One of them being the blue star as well. And they're doing everything they can, but HK just trying to push up on that right lane. But look how far Cyclone has gone. He can smell blood in the water. Again, trying to take down some Bentley or YD, but it's just not going to happen. Again, getting healed up by the Byron. Airplay just making sure that Cyclone stays alive. But look at the aggression coming up from EXO. 30 seconds left. They need to do a clean sweep. YDE takes down Airplay, but what more can he do here? Just trying to stay alive. YD also almost cleaned up there, but luckily gets away. But now 2 stars in it here, Ark.
Yeah, 1 peep here, but it's going to connect surely unless the misplay is going to happen. There's the no jump from Sun. That should have been a jump moment. The peep here could have been enough for EXO Friends to be able to win this game, but I don't know if that's going to happen now. If HK goes down, this connects. Oh, the peep connects, but
he's so weak as well.
Standing.
Oh my God.
Standing, and that is it. FA are going to go all the way to the challenge and knock out EXO free agents.
HK was like, what, 112 HP? And he had 4 stars as well. I wasn't too sure who had the blue star at the time, but oh my God. So, but this is a Cinderella story in a nutshell. So basically, FA have qualified for the ESL Mobile Challenge, defeating EXO, Bunker Esports, and ex-Noble Elite as well, but not dropping a game either. This is definitely something we don't normally see every day. This is unheard of, but congratulations to FA, but commiserations to EXO. They did their absolute best to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, honestly, like this moment here, like, I mean, there was so little in it. Genuinely, if you go back and look at all the HPs of all the players and the ranges, there was so little in it. But, I mean, congratulations to FA. I mean, honestly, they've excelled today as the team which came in as a huge underdog. You know, we asked a couple of questions at the start of the show, or at least I did, simply because, again, they're looking back at their ladder, I didn't see many of the matches going up against the big heavy hitters. It was down to that match with Protest, which they then just knocked out the park. They've been so consistent, deservingly of this victory, I must add as well, because they've been on point all day long. And now we're going to get to see them in the challenge and see them up against, like, you know, the likes of Clash, SK Gaming, Reply Totem. They're going to be put through their paces, but I am so pleased for a team that are going to have now an opportunity to shine.
We didn't even know who we were, Ark. When we saw them earlier on in loser bracket round 1, we were just like, okay, Fruiters will probably make quick work of them, and we'll see how they do against, I think it was Bunker Esports afterwards. But yeah, I love seeing stuff like this. It's very, very rare in itself, and considering no one really knows too much about them, I'm very excited if we do get an interview as well, because this will be literally like a 10-question Q&A between me and you to try and grasp exactly how on earth what their thought process was, laid it on. But no, congratulations once again. It's like I said, you very rarely see it, and it is good to see as well. And that's the whole point of the ESL Mobile Open as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you think you got what it takes enough to go up against the greats, then, you know, give it a go. It's just an open tournament. You know, you just got to show that you're able to keep up with the meta, and that you're, you know, going to challenge yourselves and along the way, because you will be. You've seen that already take place today. You know, it really is available to everyone to give it a go, and that's what we're going to see. You know, going into the challenge stages, that's what we're going to see.
Well, we are going to try and get an interview, but first we're just going to go through what's happened over the entire course of the day, because like we said before the players even began, we had 5 qualified teams. We're looking for 3 more, and we have found those final 3. Starting off with Blood Diamond making quick work of EXO and Bunker Esports. They managed to solidify their spot. And Navi took down X Noble Elite in Frutas, took down Big, and managed to bag their spot, or reclaim their spot, so to speak, in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But if we look on the other side of the bracket here, we can see FA and EXO's run. So EXO had to go through Sniglets, Big, and then sadly fell at the final hurdle to FA. But FA had X Noble Elite, they had Bunker, and they had EXO. And you know, I don't really need to say this because it's common sense, but these teams aren't walkovers in these matchups. And FA not dropping a game in this final series to make it into challenge, they deserve it.
Yeah, they've stuck with it, and they've adapted, and again, they played phenomenally well. I liked a lot of the brawler choices that they had. And again, you know, in that final off against EXO Free Agents, they were just very cautious around how they played it. You know, very, very careful of their ranges and making sure in Siege to get the right pushes at the right time. And when they got them, they made the most of it. I'm really excited for them, and they've been deserving of this victory.
They really are. Let's have a look at all 8 qualified teams for this season's ESL Mobile Challenge. Starting off with AC Milan Clash, they came first in the first ladder, which means they qualified straight through. SK Gaming, Mood Gaming, and Reply Tournament, a few of the usual suspects there, managed to come through the first players. Triple X managed to come first in the second ladder, so they get automatic qualification. And then sneaking on by will be Blood Diamonds, Navi, and believe it or not, you will not be seeing Bunker or EXO, it will be FA. But I will say, a lot of high caliber teams, a lot of tier 1 teams coming up, and I'm very curious to see how this season will pan out in comparison to last season.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I'm looking at FA now, and I'm thinking, you know, how is it going to go from this point on? I think that they've done tremendously well, but I cannot wait to see them, you know, get put through the paces by other teams on this list. Some big giants. You know, we got to go back to remind us about AC Milan Clash last season. Just absolutely phenomenal, unstoppable. Their win streak was just continuously rolling on. SK Gaming as well, you know, they had a great run of things. Totem went all the way as well. Mood Gaming as well. They stormed through our upper bracket in the play-ins one. So a lot of really heavy hitters there. It's going to be an absolutely stacked challenge stage.
We seriously will indeed. I still can't get over it. Sadly, we don't have an interview, and I think we would have been here for at least an hour. It would turn out to be a podcast of the amount of questions we'd have asked. But anyways, final thoughts of the day for you, Ark.
Oh my word! I mean, congratulations to all the teams that made it. I mean, there was so many stories today, and you know, I've got to say, you know, if I looked at the very beginning of today compared to how I've looked at now, having seen the matches play out, would not have been able to predict this. I mean, going back to like last season, my predictions were not great. I've got to be honest. I think I had the worst.
Analyst. My God.
I had the worst predictions out of everyone. But at the same time, you know, everyone today did phenomenally well. Even if they didn't make it, it came down to very narrow margins a lot of the time. So, you know, congratulations to the players, and thank you to the coaches, the analysts, and also all the production team behind us as well, that put on everything for you guys at home. And for Teddy, who's sitting from the sidelines, but again, always a pleasure to cast alongside him.
Ark's just done my job for me pretty much. I haven't really got too
always
much
do
else
that.
to say, but yeah, thank you to Ark as always. Thank you to Teddy, I'm sure is still watching as well. These shenanigans we've been going up to for the entire course of the day. Thank you so much, Teddy, for being with us as well. But not only that, thanks to everyone at ESL for the production and you guys at home for watching. The ESL Mobile Challenge will be coming up soon in just a couple weeks' time. And if you want to find out exactly more information on when it's going to happen or stay tuned, just make sure you follow ESL_Mobile on Twitter and ESL Mobile on Instagram too. But for now, though, we'll see you at the ESL Mobile Challenge season. So until then, good night for now, and we'll see you next time.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back in days we ball, till I'm standing tall. No about the ball, I got my fan with me. Oh, I know we ball to empty out the mouth. You're the one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like domino. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me a real one when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. There's no failing when we fight. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.